Jan Shanzer, Kathleen Cohen, Jean Lang.
I'll submit it to our clerk at the far end. Thank you.
Commissioners, my name is John Shanzer, and I've been passionate about skiing and living in Squaw Valley for decades. And as an original member of Friends of Squaw Valley, I've been closely following this project for the last 4 years. At this point, each of you might now be asking yourselves, how do we weigh these contrasting points of view between the proponents' claims of benefit and the opponents' evidence of risk? As I've thought about this, your decision-making process is really challenging and isn't much different from my experience as a doctor treating patients. Therefore, I would like you, the Planning Commission, to think like the doctor, with the community as the patient needing your guidance. For patients, we assess risks versus benefits of whatever we do, similar to the balance David Stepner spoke about earlier. So your task then is to determine whether the numerous risks of this project outweigh the limited, exaggerated benefits that may result. You've already heard that your project has a significant number of risks and impacts, and some, like emergency evacuation, overpopulation, and traffic, are worse than portrayed in the final EIR. And the benefits are primarily increased tax revenue to Placer County, funds for transit and creek improvements, jobs, and possibly a more viable village. But a smaller village could have similar benefits with fewer harmful side effects. What's more, you can't view this project in isolation, because several plans are already proposed throughout North Tahoe, all of which would add even more people and cars. These cumulative effects of development would further degrade the environment and worsen traffic and citizen safety, even though they may also generate taxes and jobs. You must therefore ask yourselves whether the financial benefits to Placer County and a Colorado developer outweigh all the risks to our community. So as you deliberate, please keep in mind that the Squaw proposal has greater significant risks than Martis West. Try to think like the doctor would, knowing that there is no monetary benefit either from taxes or real estate profits that should forsake the needs of the environment or the safety of our citizens or communities. How could you possibly recommend this treatment, this project, to your patient, our community? Neither the county, our environment, nor our community owe this developer any specific return on a ski area purchase whose clearly stated goal was more skiers, not real estate sales. So in your evaluation, I'll leave you with these 4 points. The benefits of this project to the public are insufficient for findings of overriding considerations. 2, do not sacrifice the environment and our safety for taxes and developer profits. 3, follow the lead of the Squaw Valley MAC and deny this project as proposed because the risks are not balanced by the benefits to your patient, us. And 4, instruct the staff to return with an in-depth, complete review of a reduced density alternative like in the draft EIR. While most in this valley truly look forward to an improved village, this project is just too much and has way too many consequences. Thank you.
Alex, could you put a rendering of the east parcel up for me? Thank you. I'm not stepping up until I get my 3 minutes. Thank you. Forgive my computer, I'm a little nervous. My name is Kathleen Cohen, and I'm a 20-year homeowner and represent the neighborhood that directly abuts the east parcel. I wrote letter 163 in response to the EIR to object to the plan to put the shipping receiving facility on the east parcel because of the noise impact to our homes. While this may seem small in the scope of this project, noise from the loading dock is a highly significant permanent hazard for my neighborhood. They propose to put the shipping and receiving facility for all of Squaw Valley 100 feet from our homes and to house the employees in the middle of a truck traffic circle. Applicant acknowledges in 11.5 of the DEIR that the loading dock truck noise would violate the Placer County daytime noise ordinance at 200 feet and the nighttime ordinance at 300 feet. Yet citing the facility 100 feet from our homes is what's proposed. The site map shows the employees will be even closer, within feet. How are you going to mitigate that noise? They'll give you a barbecue and maybe even a few of you a season pass. But this right here says everything you need to know about what kind of employer and neighbor they care to be. Trucks idling, pallets dropping, backup beepers, that's a special kind of noise torture. It's abusive noise. I don't know anyone who could function or tolerate that kind of noise under those conditions. It's 24/7, 365, forever for us. This isn't just during the building period. In Section 3.113 of the final EIR, their mitigation response states that the building itself will provide the sound barrier, but there's no data beyond conjecture to support this. They state that a drive-through truck passage and a swing-arm loading dock will only minimize beepers and backup noises. 18-wheelers navigating in that tight space without having to back up is highly unlikely. It seems more likely that residents and employees can expect a never-ending cacophony of trucks idling, pallets dropping, backup beepers, and more. Given the substantial hazards, it was suggested moving the loading dock to the east side of the parcel, or at least the entrance for the trucks. This was never taken seriously, perhaps in deference to a proposal by a family of investors to build 80 homes east of the east parcel. But given that those homes are not built or lived in yet, the noise mitigation measures should take precedent for the people that have lived there. The applicant states, quote, with the exception of acquiring additional land, there's no viable locations for the shipping receiving facility. This suggests that acquiring additional land would be an option. Instead, we're asked to accept a poorly conceived plan to place a shipping and receiving facility 100 feet from our homes. The noise ordinance 936-010 states, quote, excessive sound and vibration are a serious hazard to the public health, welfare, and safety and the quality of life. The people of Placer County have a right to and should be ensured the environment free from unnecessary, objective, and excessive sound. The noise posed by the east parcel is perfectly described in the noise ordinance: unnecessary, excessive, and offensive. I urge you to do your duty and protect the rights of your citizens and our quality of life. We're a neighborhood of working people, retirees, kids, stay-at-home parents, and I hate to keep mentioning my job as a nurse, but I'll bet everyone in this room has needed one. But this noise hazard essentially robs me of my livelihood. I've paid it forward 1,000 times in my life, and now I'm asking you to do the right thing and stand up for us and our rights. This misplaced facility should not be approved. Please have the courage to deny this proposal as is. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Jean Lange, and I'm a full-time resident of Squaw Valley. I do not support the size and scope of the proposed project in Squaw Valley. If one wants to see massive development, one goes to New York City or Chicago or San Francisco. If one wants a massive water park, one can go to Cincinnati or Roseville or Sparks. The development being proposed in Squaw is not appropriate to Squaw Valley or the Tahoe-Truckee region. Additionally, I object to the concept of requiring an EIR and then accepting what are essentially bribes from the developer to the county as mitigation for bad impacts which have been determined to be unmitigatable and significantly unavoidable. Thank you.
Sean Radford, Ruth Selby, Richard Drury.
Good afternoon. My name is Sean Radford. Been in this county my whole life, 39 years, 5 generations in the county as well. I'm here today as an organizer of the Laborers, Local 185, representing working class construction families. We've always felt that this project had the potential to have a positive impact on this county. Unfortunately, we have concerns that have not been addressed, concerns such as local hire in the area, and proper area wage standards. We would like to see some assurances this project would have our sons, daughters, fathers, and mothers have the opportunity to work on this project and build it and get paid properly as well. As it is today, the laborers do not support this project. We would like to meet with the development team, discuss our concerns as well as theirs, whether this project passes today or not. I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ruth Selby. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here as a former Squaw Valley employee, a former Valley resident, and a current Bay Area resident who felt strongly enough about this to drive up today to attend this meeting. After listening to the very good arguments on both sides, I'm here today to argue against this specific proposed development. I am one of the target visitors that Squaw hopes to attract to the Valley. I'm a Bay Area resident who comes up frequently to recreate here and spend money in the local economy. I certainly appreciate the concerns of the full-time Tahoe residents, and many have spoken today about how this will affect them. However, I'm here to argue against the project as a weekender because it turns Squaw Valley into a very overdeveloped, crowded mess, specifically the mess that Bay Area residents are trying to escape. Less parking, more traffic, and ad hoc transportation solutions will not improve the status quo. For generations, people have come to the Sierras to enjoy wide open spaces and feel small under the trees and the peaks, not to feel small in the shadow of a hotel or a water slide. While Squaw is definitely in need of new development, improvements in employee housing, and amenities, this plan is not the answer. Change is good, but let's be smart about the changes we make. Also, this is not a one-and-done opportunity. It's not a zero-sum game. As some community members have already noted, we can clean up Squaw Creek without being hostage to new traffic and hotel rooms. We can come up with a better plan that still promotes growth at Squaw and protects the natural beauty of the region and encourages visitors to get outside. We are all neighbors, and we want the same things. Hey, Andy Worth and I are even wearing the same thing today. We want increased revenue for improved infrastructure, meaningful traffic improvement, and a preservation of the natural beauty of this magical place. However, this plan is not the answer to those problems. In that spirit of community and preservation, I strongly urge the Commission to deny this project. Thank you.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the Commission. My name is Richard Drury of the law firm Lozo Drury, and I'm representing the Tahoe Residents United for Sustainable Squaw Tourism. And this is a group of part-time and full-time residents of this area, including myself. I am a part-time resident of Tahoe Donner and a season pass holder at Squaw and a pretty decent snowboarder. And I'm urging you to deny this project because the EIR is simply fatally flawed. And I sat here all morning long for hours listening to your staff, listening to the developer's attorney, listening to the developer, waiting for them to address the EIR. And in particular, a comment letter that was filed 2 days ago by the Attorney General of the state of California, Kamala Harris, on behalf of the people of the state of California. Kamala Harris says this EIR is fatally flawed in 15 different ways. That should be the end of the story. That's the people of the state of California. It is very unusual. It's extremely unusual for the Attorney General to comment on an EIR for a specific project. I have rarely ever seen it happen, and I've been practicing in this area for 25 years. When the Attorney General tells you your EIR is fatally flawed because It fails to adequately analyze traffic impacts. It fails to adequately analyze air quality impacts. It fails to adequately analyze water quality impacts to the Tahoe Basin. And it fails to adopt adequate mitigation measures for those impacts. That's a warning siren that you should stop, because if this thing gets into litigation, the county's gonna lose. And this whole thing's gonna go back to the drawing board, so it's far more prudent to stop at this point. Tell the staff to go back to the drawing board, fix this EIR, reanalyze the project, consider adequate mitigation measures, consider alternatives to the project that are feasible and that would reduce the project impacts. That's how CEQA was supposed to work. Now, we've filed extensive comments already to the agency, with comments from a certified hydrogeologist who says the project doesn't have sufficient water supply for 78 million gallons a year. Traffic comments from a professional traffic engineer who concludes that the traffic baseline used for this project was preposterous because the baseline years were drought years. Well, that's when people don't come because there's no snow. Now, for the water supply baseline, they used entirely different period that happened to be the wettest years on record. So they've cherry-picked dry years for traffic baseline, wet years for water supply baseline. CEQA doesn't allow that kind of gamesmanship. And this project will generate 3,300 daily trips. You heard the developer's lawyer say, well, that's just 3 trips per minute. Well, he divided 3,300 by 14,000 minutes in a day, but everyone knows everyone leaves between 4 and 5 p.m. So all those cars are coming out the same. I mean, that's the kind of preposterous analysis that we're talking about here that really requires a second look.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Shannon Eckmeyer, Dana Spencer, and Mary Bennett.
Shannon Eckmeyer, for the record, League to Save Lake Tahoe. Good afternoon, commission members. I'd like to thank you for coming to Lake Tahoe. I know you've made the trek over 4 times the past couple of months, and I want you to all know I've taken your concerns to heart and questions you've raised through the Martis and area plan deliberations. I think I can confidently say I'm probably the only one in this room that's read over 10,000 pages in the Martis, SQUA, and area plan environmental review to be able to answer your questions. I've done the VMT traffic number crunch myself. This project alone will bring the VMT threshold gap for TRPA to 97%. That number is astronomical. I won't go into the impacts that David Blau, our board member, already said in terms of the lake, but I wanted you to know this. I wholeheartedly disagree with the comments made by Mr. Manley today. This is the worst environmental review I have ever read. It is riddled with inadequacies and insufficiencies, as Mr. Drury just said, so again, I won't go into that. We have reached out to the project proponent for months to be part of the solution, try to offer suggestions. Those requests were ignored until the 11th hour 3 weeks ago. We will continue to meet with them. We want to be part of the solutions. We're excited that they are going to provide funding to the TART transit plan that we are in support of, as I've already told you before. And again, we want to be part of the solutions. I want to put on the record and recognize Nicole Rinke from the Attorney General's office. She could not make it today, but she wanted me to state for the record to please read their comment letter. I urge you to have the courage as this commission, listen to your community, the state of California, and more importantly, do not ignore the lake and deny this project as presented today. Thank you.
Please step forward to the podium.
I think you're next.
Come on up.
Come on, you think you're next.
Okay. Mary Bennett, I'm a 35-year resident in Alpine Meadows, and I just want to say one comment. I totally applaud Camilla Harris for her comments. And I think we all need to look at that comment, review it. I sent in 16 pages of comments, and I am opposed to what's going on in the development here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is Dana Spencer here? Dana Spencer? Okay, we'll go on to Bob Scalzi. Bob Scalzi.
He's the one that was on this.
Good afternoon. Thanks for being here to hear us. My name's Bob Scalzi. I live in the East Bay. I'm a 30-year seasonal recreator here in Tahoe. And my main point is the traffic. And it's miserable already on the 80 corridor. And then you get off on 89, it's not any better. My casual non-ski bum friends don't come anymore because the traffic's ridiculous. They stick a 7-year-old in the back of their car. It takes them 6.5 hours to get here. When they get off on 89, it's another hour down to the lake. It's ridiculous. So they aren't coming. Ski bums like me, we're going to come. But the traffic issues, which are not being addressed, you've got some significant bottlenecks here on the 89 corridor. The Mouse Hole, the area in between Squaw Valley Road, excuse me, and Alpine Meadows Road. I mean, they can't be improved. You can't widen them. You've got a river and you've got a cliff in between Alpine and Squaw, and you've got the Mouse Hole. And until those are addressed, you can't fix the traffic problems if you're going to add that many car trips a day. It's just going to be a miserable opportunity, a miserable experience for the weekenders that come up here. I'm opposed to this project based on, traffic issues. It's just ridiculous to spend that much time in your car. Are you going to address 80? Are you going to address 89 in Placer County to make it easier for people to get here? And I didn't see any of that addressed in the summary from KSL, and I'd just like to say that I'm against this project for a variety of different reasons, but traffic is the main issue, and I hope you deny this project.
Thank you.
And thank you for letting me speak.
We'll take Tony Lashbrook and Matthew Colby. At 3:30, we'll take a brief break for the clerk recorder, and then we'll resume after these next two speakers. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tony Lashbrook. I am Truckee's town manager, and I'm here today because I was directed by the Truckee Town Council to come provide some comments that that the council approved and the mayor signed in a letter to you we sent earlier this week. So I first wanted to say my hat is off to you planning commissioners for your dedication to making Placer County a better place. I also have to say, I think your job is made a lot more challenging by the fact that you're reviewing a major development project based upon the Squaw Valley General Plan that's 33 years old. That's 1983. Now, one example of what's changed since 1983, I used to have a lot of hair, and it wasn't this color. And I didn't have to read from 20-point font to make my comments. So things are different. I was going to say that not many in this room were around in 1983, but I'm looking at Larry Sevenson right there, and I know he was here and involved in that plan, so I'll leave it at that. I want to say the town of Truckee has no opinion on the overall plan to expand the village at Squaw Valley. Most would agree that siting new development on area already disturbed by urban development is simply smart planning. We don't argue with that. Ultimately, you decide whether this proposed plan is appropriate for this spectacular place. My sole reason for being here is to express the town's concern about the lack of workforce housing provided by this project. As you are likely aware, the North Tahoe Truckee Regional Housing Study, this thing, was just released. This study confirmed what we already knew. There really isn't any workforce housing available in our region, and the lack of housing is having significant negative impacts on our area employers and employees. This shortage of housing is particularly acute for seasonal and low-wage employees, the workers that are necessary for projects like this one. Both employers and employees identified the housing crisis as the region's most critical problem. The Placer County General Plan requires resort development to provide housing for 1/2 of their new employees. This policy also converts seasonal workers to full-time equivalent, which underestimates the number of employees that actually need to be housed. Our request is that this project provide housing for 100% of its workforce in the peak season. That's 751 employees just by the new project, according to documents that are in front of you. It is critical that this region look at workforce housing as basic infrastructure necessary for a sustainable economy. The traditional resort worker housing safety valves of Kings Beach, Truckee, and increasingly Reno are just no longer available to pick up the slack. Ensuring adequate housing is good planning for Placer County, and it's good business for KSL.
Thank you. All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, my name is Ashley Janhoon, and I'm a full-time resident in Placer County in Tahoe Vista, and I'm going to be reading, I also learned to ski at Squaw at age 2, and I'm going to be reading a statement prepared by Matthew Colby. Matthew Colby is a Donner Summit resident who studied economics at the University of Chicago and currently works in investment management. He examined a report made by Economic and Planning Systems Incorporation called Village at Squaw Valley Specific Plan, CEQA, Alternatives Economic Analysis, and he wanted to share some of his thoughts with the committee. The report focuses on 3 main points. The first is that it's unfair that other mountain destinations have been granted the right to build on a massive scale. As an economist, the fairness doesn't really play a large of a role, but he tends to not think of arguments like that to be very compelling. The second main argument of the paper is that a large mountain activity center is essential to driving revenues from the project. He tried to look into this logic, but the data isn't publicly available, so he hit a dead end. On the surface, he couldn't shake the feeling that the examples of large water parks in the east weren't great comparisons considering Squaw's proximity to one of the most beautiful lakes in the world. The third argument in the report was the main one that he took issue with. KSL presented EPS with 3 development plans, one as proposed, another of similar size, and a third that they called the reduced density project, which supposedly represented the way KSL would develop on a smaller scale. The conclusion that EPS came to was the reduced density project would not be profitable enough to pursue, which is right. But the problem is that this reduced density alternative represents sort of a false dichotomy. It's not the only alternative. And after he looked into it deeper, it looked like a bad alternative. And to say that because this one bad alternative isn't viable, that there aren't good smaller alternatives, that's not logically sound. A large chunk of their argument for why the smaller project isn't viable is because even though it has half the number of units, it still takes up an extremely large footprint and would consume such a large section of Squaw's existing parking lot that a new parking structure would need to be constructed. This is not necessary, and in fact, it forces a very large cost to be borne by the reduced project that wouldn't be there if KSL laid out a properly efficient development plan. Aside from that, even attributing 100% of the cost of a parking structure to this project is a little disingenuous. A new parking structure would add value to the mountain, not just this project, even if you put it in today. So in conclusion, Matthew didn't see any reason why building on a smaller scale wouldn't work for KSL, and he doesn't believe that the committee should integrate EPS's conclusion that a smaller project is economically unviable into its decision. Thank you.
We're going to take a brief 10-minute break for the clerk recorder. We'll resume back at 3:40. Thank you.
Okay, sir, you can probably start now. Okay.
Please state your name for the record.
Okay, well, first I want to say hello to you members of the Placer County Planning Commission. Thank you for your time and attention to these matters today. My name is Steve Hansen. I've lived up in Incline Village for 28 years now. My wife, Sarah, and I have owned a small business in Tahoe City on North Lake Boulevard for Video Stop for over 18 years. I'm here today representing a number of businesses in the area that will be directly affected by your decision. Then a Placer County Board decision on this KSL Capital Partners Squad development, okay? And by a number of businesses, I mean 63 businesses. 7 of them are environmental nonprofits, 17 are from Truckee, and 41 are from Tahoe City and Kings Beach. And these are restaurants, sports shops, owners of a shopping center, pet stores, craft stores, print shops, markets, you know, the foundation of our city. Okay, so first let me be absolutely clear about a topic that comes up over and over. We are not anti-development. We are not against all development, and we are not afraid of change. In Tahoe City, we've had sidewalks put in and lighting. We have a bike path that now goes along the beach. We have the Lighthouse Center that's gone over a 2-year development. We have a transit center now that we put in 64 acre. We also have a bypass that's going in 64 acre that'll split the road a little bit with roundabouts and mitigate traffic. So there are good developments. And I understand a lot of good development is in Olympic Valley. However, this is a very different animal. We're very apprehensive as a unit of small businesses about a project that might add nearly 1,500 rooms, 100-foot-high buildings, 200,000 square feet of commercial development, and giant supply trucks lumbering up and down local roads on and off for a planned 25 years. I understand that KSL wants a big place to turn a big profit, but our locals and local business community counter that by asking, why should we pay for their profit with more traffic, more business competition, more pollution affecting Lake Tahoe, and a general lessening of our quality of life? KSL insists that as a corporation, they have no obligation financially or morally to have concerns about how their development will affect the wider region. Now we are asked to stick a giant corporate development with that business philosophy around the corner in Squaw Valley, telling us not to worry. And they didn't seem to need a plan for increased traffic downtown or traffic and road degradation from supply trucks running up and down Highway 89 for 25 years. They didn't seem to need a study on how this development, as everyone has mentioned before, will hurt our efforts to keep Tahoe blue. And I thought, if I get his name right, Captain Stonebreaker said it best. It was a very honest appraisal about the roads up here and how jammed 80 is and 89 and 28. And just to tell you, you can wave numbers and papers around all you want. One last thing. At one point, you reach a point of diminishing return. The traffic is strangling the businesses. More people is more traffic. Less people will return, and that's less revenue. So more people makes less revenue for the businesses. And as one of the many groups to be affected by this development, please think about small business owners.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Christy Beck. I'm the general manager of the village at Squaw Valley. I've been working in Squaw Valley for 21 years, and I didn't think I'd be the first person to talk in favor of the development, but I want it to be clear that I am in favor of the development. And the one point that I want to talk about today, because I know I don't want to be repetitive, and I know many others are going to touch on other topics, is the employee housing that we are proposing to build with adding 300 beds. I've been in charge of employee housing at Squaw for the past 3 years, and we actually only have 40 beds. I know someone mentioned 99. That's not correct because I placed them all there, that we have 40 right now. And I can't tell you how many phone calls and emails I get almost daily of people begging me to be in employee housing. These are our lift operators that serve us each day when we want to ski. They're the people that clean our bathrooms when we're out there skiing, having a great time. They're, one of our employees that I met at the Truckee Safeway, she was bagging groceries. She's from Nepal. She was just an awesome woman, and I would talk to her and say, Babita, you need to come work for me. You're so awesome. You have such a great attitude. I want you to work for me. And she's like, I can't afford housing. I have to stay in Truckee. I don't have transportation. And as soon as I got put in charge of employee housing, she was the first person I thought of. And it came to find out she was living in a bedroom, in a 2-bedroom apartment in Truckee with her husband and her 2 teenage daughters. And I have 2 teenage daughters, and I have a nervous breakdown if I had to live in a bedroom with them. But they had a hot plate in the corner, a microwave, and she had her green card. She was the only one that could work, and her husband was waiting for his. And I said, I can get you an apartment. Will you come work for me now? She said, absolutely. And when I brought them to the employee housing and they walked in that condo or apartment, she broke down crying. And now all 4 of them live there. They've worked for us for 3 years, and their 2 daughters work in the ticket office, and both her and her husband work for me in housekeeping, and they're so happy. And there's so many employees out there that are sleeping in their cars in the winter. They are sleeping on floors, they're couch surfing. You know, I know it doesn't completely solve the employee housing issues, but it definitely is going to make a huge impact to add 300 beds to put our employees in. And I hope you will take that into consideration when you're making your decision. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Laura Larson. I live full-time in the same home my husband and I purchased in 1978 on Squaw Valley Main Road. I was an international flight attendant for TWA for 16 years, based in New York, where I was born. As Mayor Bloomberg so brilliantly stated recently, I am from New York, and I know a con when I see one. From day one, I maintained this project was purposely enormous. So when KSL reduced it, we should all be so grateful and relieved, while this is what they wanted all along, and are chuckling about how stupid we mountain people are. In the 80s, we could enjoy our front yard. Now with constant traffic, fumes, noise, speeding tourists, we huddle in our backyard with a fountain to drown out the noise level of the main road, which currently exceeds noise standards. Now we will have to endure 25 years of construction, and at night, I just learned today, that's real interesting. And for what? Monetary gain for the developer and none for the local homeowner. Who has decided we need to compete with Vail and Whistler? Squaw is plenty crowded now without any further lifts or amenities. I hear no locals complaining about the lack of tourists or facilities. We had to fight KSL to keep our historic locker room, and it is funky, but we like it. Do we want to be an outdated, overbuilt village that stands deserted in the off-season? Ask yourself, is bigger, better, more always progress? Secondly, do your homework and expose the people who speak for this project today. Most have business ties to KSL or are paid athletes and employees of KSL. Others don't dare speak their mind in public for fear of retribution. It's my understanding that many people sitting here in the white shirts today are being paid to be here. I don't know if that's legal or not, but I really don't think it should be. And ask yourself why Mr. Worth chooses to live in Lahontan instead of Squaw. Perhaps he doesn't want to listen to construction for the next 25 years. Money is power, and when KSL spends $800,000 to start our attempt to incorporate and make our own decisions, you see they are afraid that you, as planning commissioners, will listen to our desperate pleas and deny this project. Once we ruin the Tahoe environment with more building, traffic, air, water, noise, light pollution, it is gone forever, and it will be your responsibility. Our main skier profile comes from the Bay Area, Reno, or Sac. They want a great mountain to ski and then go home. We don't need an upscale development for more second homes used twice a year. Keeping Squaw true means keeping it different. In closing, I urge you to listen to those who live and love our unique valley. I have worked part-time at the Tahoe City Library for over 15 years, and I suggest if you get bored with the splendor and beauty that is Squaw Valley, read a book. A sound mind. As the Roman poet Juvenal said, a sound mind in a sound body will nourish you far more than a water park you could visit in Reno or Roseville. Thank you. Please deny this project.
I have Tom Day, Elisa Adriani, and Alexis Aller. Tom, are you here?
Hi, my name is Alexis Adriani. I'm a resident in Squaw Valley where I live with my husband and 2 local school children. I'm also a MAC member, however, I'm speaking for myself and not on behalf of the MAC. One of the first things I wanted to mention was that the second MAC motion was recommending that the project be investigated at 50% or less. That or less was left off. Well, there are many reasons why I would like to see the Planning Commission deny this project as proposed. I'm going to focus on 2 issues. The first time the county staff made a presentation to the Squaw Valley MAC, it was explained that when our general plan does not have a specific height delineated for a parcel, that the planning process is to consider the following 5 issues to determine an appropriate height. The 5 issues in the PowerPoint presentation were impacts to scenic resources and aesthetics, silhouetting against the sky, impacts to existing views and blocked views, shading of nearby buildings or property, and the setting in the context. The proposed heights of the project are not in alignment with any of these 5 issues. The second item I want to discuss is traffic, and specifically the mouse hole. When Placer and Nevada counties, the town of Truckee, and the state of California decided to make a separate bike path tunnel at the Truckee mouse hole, instead of widening the vehicle hole, they pretty much nailed the coffin on any large-scale North Lake Tahoe development. You can't keep building with no way out. Paying mitigation fees to transportation agencies or being a member of agencies does not get rid of traffic. More buses does nothing for traffic if they can't get through the traffic. A 3rd bus lane on Highway 89 between Squaw and Truckee would facilitate getting buses to Truckee in the afternoon, but then they would get stuck in backed up southbound traffic when they return for more passengers. New development won't keep Tahoe and Truckee residents and second homeowners from skiing at Squaw. Families with children will not start taking the bus. Kids can't walk in ski boots or carry all their ski stuff. It will take a lot to change a culture of car drivers to bus passengers when they're carrying all their ski stuff. Additionally, the traffic prevents ambulances from being able to provide timely injury transport. There are injuries that could be at the level where they could be transported by an ambulance, but due to traffic, they have to be flown in a helicopter. Unless the injured party pays for their ride, this puts a financial burden on taxpayers to pay for their transportation via helicopter. Lastly, I wanted to mention something. We did not get to see the economic feasibility study for this project because it's been considered trade secrets, but there's 85 condos for sale, mostly condo hotels, and few in escrow. We don't need any more. Please vote no against the project as proposed. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Tom Day, and I'm a resident and homeowner, Squaw Valley. I've lived here for the last 34 years. I love Squaw Valley. It's one of the best ski areas in the world, and I could go on forever right now to go on and let you know how much I love it. But for today, I have one concern that really bothers me. Currently, Squaw Valley has only one substantial water source, our groundwater aquifer that sits right under the site that KSL is proposing to build on. In the EIR's master response, Water 3.1.1, the Squaw Valley Public Service District, our largest water provider, states very few water systems rely on only a single water source. The PSD, for the last 7 years, has been actively searching for backup water for emergency reasons. They feel it's too risky to have only one water source in case of contamination of the aquifer. I'd like to talk about Lot 19. It is located on the northwest portion of KSL's property. This is where Shirley Creek meets the valley floor. Shirley Creek is one of the biggest contributors to our aquifer, if not the biggest. This is the location where KSL would like to put their mountain maintenance facility. Currently, this area is zoned for a mixture of forest recreation, conservation preserve, and village commercial uses. As characterized in Chapter 4, the zoning will be changed to Village Heavy Commercial for aesthetics. That's a big change. This is to establish an area for storage for heavy equipment maintenance, propane storage, and other noxious activities. That is toxic and poisonous substances. So, for the reasons of aesthetics, KSL wants to move their noxious activities to a very vulnerable location of our drinking water. This, along with all the other unavoidable impacts, are not going to assure our community a healthy, sustainable future. What this community needs is a village built on public demand, not a build it and they will come philosophy. I urge you to encourage the Placer County Board of Supervisors to deny this proposal as it stands. I appreciate that you came up to our community. As you can see, it probably would have been hard for all these concerned people to make it down to Auburn.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Planning Commission members. My name is Alexis Aller, Executive Director of Mountain Area Preservation. We're a grassroots environmental organization founded in 1987 to protect open space and advocate for smart growth, development, and workforce housing in the region. Our organization has invested the last 29 years into protecting the character of our unique mountain landscape while supporting appropriate development and that benefits both the environment and the community. For the last 5 years, we've been an active stakeholder reviewing the village proposal to better understand the specific development footprint, the impacts to our natural resources, and the existing infrastructure and the potential benefits. We're a group of longtime locals that care deeply for this region, and we do support redevelopment when it is scaled appropriate to the landscape and carrying capacity of the environment. Unfortunately, the proposal before you today does not fit within that framework, yet tips the scales and provides scarce amounts of mitigation to fix the issues the project would create. Most people in the room would agree that the village itself does deserve a makeover and the 82 acres of asphalt that go with it, but one that respects the integrity of the valley and the quality of life we cherish. The 1983 plan is outdated and it does not fit the carrying capacity of the valley. If the project were to remain focused on redevelopment utilizing an environmentally sensitive values, it would have no need for the indoor water park at 90,000 square feet and 96 feet tall, fractional timeshare cabins in the undisturbed Shirley Canyon, or building heights that obstruct the mountain landscape. These project features diminish the character and the value of Squaw Valley as we know it. Our organization, along with our conservation partners and community members, have continued to request a smaller project, one that the valley can sustain, but we are told that that project will not work and that the only proposal up for a vote is the one before you since it financially pencils. We don't buy it. The Planning Commission's job is to not ensure Squaw Valley real estate and KSL make a return on their investment, yet ensure good planning for the future development, public safety for residents and visitors, and community benefits for our public and environmental protection efforts. The EIR does note 20 significant and unavoidable impacts, both for the project and cumulative impacts. These are different. The EIR must consider feasible mitigation or at least offer up reasonable alternatives to try and create solutions for a project's impacts, yet somehow the village EIR offers up very little accountability. Instead, it places the burden on the unique environment and paired infrastructure in our visitors and residents. This is unacceptable and sets a negative precedent for future development proposals. The Squaw Valley proposal, similar to the Martis Valley proposal, trips the traffic generation and also creates a hazardous condition for evacuation. The impacts of this project
reach far beyond the floor of the Olympic Valley and stretch to the reaches of Truckee and Lake Tahoe. Sadly, the EIR contains very little concrete analysis to illustrate the cumulative impacts or analyze ways to mitigate those impacts, especially considering the lake clarity. Instead, the Commission and ultimately the Board of Supervisors is being asked to make a statement of overriding considerations in order to make the claim that the benefits of the project outweigh the impacts. The consequences of this proposal on the environment are too grave to make this finding. One of the #1 project benefits the applicant and the county are focused on are the revenues of tax dollars and the many fees that you were listed today, part of the development agreement. Additionally, the creek restoration, trail improvements, fire station of the valley being used to outweigh the impacts, including employee housing, which is a requirement for development proposals regardless. Many of these improvements, such as the creek restoration, will occur at some point in the valley with or without the project. So how can we allow 25 years of overscale development lacking mitigation affect our water resources, roadway infrastructures, public safety, air quality, and scenic integrity of the valley? We cannot. We need a smaller project that respects the nature of the existing valley and our infrastructure. The benefits of this proposal do not outweigh the impacts, which is ultimately the decision that you need to make. Squaw Valley is too special to allow these significant and unavoidable impacts ruin the character and quality of our natural resources. We're not saying no to development. We're asking for a better plan of redevelopment that respects the environment and embraces the culture and honors the integrity of Squaw Valley. I ask you to deny the proposal as proposed today. Thank you.
Daniel Hegarty, John Hart, Ray Tong.
Good afternoon. My name is Daniel Hegarty. We built a family house in Alpine Meadows in 1963. I started skiing in Squaw Valley in 1956. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge your patience and your community service. I really do appreciate it, and thank you for your patience with us. You're being asked to certify the EIR today. Let me reflect a little bit on this. I expected much more of the EIR. There are 340 letters submitted. I submitted one of those. There were so many significant questions and challenges to the 20-plus significant impacts and the irreversible conditions that would cause. But there was no revisiting of the size of the project, which is very unusual in my experience. I've written EISs for 40 years throughout the western United States, and there was almost a tone deafness, I felt, between the draft and the final. The FEIR, the final, is dismissive of the cumulative impacts and the regional consequences. The Attorney General's letter, which you probably haven't had a chance to read, it just was submitted August 9th, quote, reasoning is flawed, quote, entirely inconsistent with the purposes of CEQA, quote, the traffic response is inadequate, quote, the EIR fails to include significant pending projects. And finally, the EIR analysis is impermissible under CEQA. And I concur with that. I believe that the document is weak. You just received from Sierra Watch a 91-page letter, which has exhaustive legal citations citing case law under CEQA. This is posed for challenges on the legal front, and based on the Attorney General's letter, I think they would succeed. Critical considerations for you today. First, I'd like you just to acknowledge the Squaw Valley MAC decision I thought was courageous. They really listened to the public, and I was very impressed in spite of some pressure to them. We heard from the California Highway Patrol today. They're already concerned about 80 and 89. I am too. It's a real pain in the ass to go an hour and a half to get from 80 to Alpine Meadows. Who will be accountable when we are faced with the 10.7-hour evacuation time frame? Because I don't see a fire in Squaw Valley alone. I've been through big forest fires. There are big blocks of burning wood that'll be dropping throughout Alpine Meadows and the Truckee River Canyon. and it will be a disaster.
Thank you.
I ask you to really look at the public interest.
Thank you.
The public interest would suggest that we should deny this and look at a much more scaled down project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for listening to me.
Not
My
yet.
name is John Hart. My wife and I have owned a second home in Squaw Valley Lodge for 20 years. We're not short-term investors in Olympic Valley. I'm also one of the almost 1,200 second homeowners who account for nearly 70% of the residential housing units in the valley. Like other secondary homeowners, we purchased our home primarily because of Squaw Valley Ski Resort. So not surprisingly, we are very interested in seeing Squaw continue to thrive. But for this to happen, what is required, particularly from a business point of view? If the answer was provided a year and a half ago by Bill Jensen, a well-known industry expert who has been a key executive of the largest ski resorts from Vail to Interwest. Jensen publicly predicted that the ski industry was facing huge challenges. For example, he shockingly stated that at least 1/3 of the current 470 U.S. ski resorts are simply going to fail. So Jensen went on to separate today's ski resorts into 5 tiers. The first tier was made up of the top 10 U.S. resorts. The second tier was made up of the next 35. These 45 resorts account for approximately 40% of all ski resort revenue. These are the large resorts with year-round lodging and recreational operations that will be the only winners in the ski industry, especially the top 10, whose annual earnings growth is estimated at 20 to 30%. These are the resorts that will have the profits to stay in the top tier by continually improving their year-round customer experience. Jensen grouped the remaining 425 U.S. resorts into 3 tiers. The third and fourth tiers were made up of 275 resorts that will struggle with either flat or declining revenues, and a customer experience that year over year will grow further and further behind the top 45. The final tier was made up of 150 ski resorts that will just fail and have no customer experience, obviously. The good news is that most rankings currently have Squaw in the top 45. The bad news is that Squaw is not close to the top 10 and is currently moving in the wrong direction. For example, in Ski Magazine's 2016 Top 30 Western Resorts, Squaw was ranked 26th. This was down from 25th in 2015 and 24th in 2014. Also, Forbes did not rank Squaw on its list of top 10 ski resorts in 2016, 15, or 14. So in conclusion, my view is that the proposed development defined in the EIR is the minimum necessary to guarantee that Squaw stays in the top 45, has a shot at breaking into the top 10, and thrives for the foreseeable future. I'm also not being paid by Squaw Valley to say this. I just wanted to make sure.
My name is Ray Tong. I'm not being paid to say any of this either. In fact, I drove up from the Bay Area to address you. Thank you very much for giving me the time. My family and I, we've owned a home in Squaw Valley for 25 years. We've been coming up here for 35. We're part-time residents, but full-time supporters of those things that are really valid for Squaw Valley and the region. I'm the president of my own homeowners association. The valley as it is today, as much as we all love its fabric, the social and economic play will not be as it is. It's going to change. Nothing will remain the same. So what happens if KSL leaves? That's what I want to talk about. Certainly the state of Olympic Valley where it is now, where there are businesses, a major anchor, KSL, and the supporting businesses, restaurants, retail services, the valley either thrives or it withers. Echoing what John had said earlier, Olympic Valley today will not remain the same. It's either going to go up or it's going to go down below 45. Without redevelopment of the historically significant 1960s Olympic grounds, the crumbling infrastructure will continue to decline. The traffic problems we have today will go unresolved, and Squaw Creek will continue its damaged existence. I hope Ed will be able to solve that even if we fail. If redevelopment were rejected, the existing businesses will at best see short-term stagnation of their businesses. As no doubt will occur, KSL will need to seek alternatives. They might seek a buyer of one of the greatest ski mountains, but without any appropriate infrastructure to support it. Given the local jurisdiction possible rejection of an appropriate redevelopment, it is likely that the perception will develop that Squaw is no longer a sustainable entity. Certainly not one that can compete with the top resorts of the world. With certainty in the midterm, values of the homes in our area will not return to the highs of a few years ago. Longer term, as the valley settles into its no redevelopment jurisdictional views, our properties will continue to decline. There will be less investment in the valley, support to local businesses, restaurants, retail services will all decline. Those of us who work here and live here and vacation here will find it increasingly challenging. Placer County tax base will also decline. I was just told that it was about 22 million gross, but 11 million to the county. That goes to all of you. That's 11 million that we're going to be short. Squaw Creek will, like I said, continue to flow straight into a crumbling asphalt. And let me close off by saying I do support the current development of the village, and I hope that we can at least come to a reasonable alternative. Thank you.
Eric Polson, Casey Blaney, Monty Wu, or Wang.
Good afternoon, and thank you for letting me speak. My name is Eric Polson. I've been a community member of Squaw Valley for over 65 years, so I've been around a long time. And Mr. Tong, who just spoke, his comments about KSL coming into the area and being here, I agree with him. We're so lucky to have an entity that wants to make such a large investment into our community, into our area, and into our region. It's very important. I have a couple comments, and one of those comments is relative to the Squaw Valley General Plan, and I want to make a quote out of that. I was here during the years of the 1983 General Plan when it was being made up, and it took a lot of work and a lot of time with county staff and the Squaw Valley community. But this is very appropriate, and I know it's outdated, but there's a lot of good things in there. Page 23, the primary objective of the plan is to encourage the development of a successful destination resort. Because of this, the establishment of a village core or focal point of activity is necessary. This plan encourages the concentration of commercial activity, including hotels, in the core area, and discourages the development of tourist-oriented commercial uses outside of the core area. If commercial uses which serve the destination resort population are located outside the core area, the plan will have done very little to guide the establishment of an active, viable village core. The concentration of destination resort-oriented commercial uses in the core area will also discourage additional vehicular traffic on Squaw Valley Road between the core area and the mouth of the valley by providing all the desired services within the core area. The need and desire for the visitor to leave the core area may be reduced in this way. That's important. And I live just off Squaw Valley Road, so I want to speak about a significant impact, which is traffic. And the state of California is growing, and over the next 25 years, it's going to get very large. People want to recreate, they want to ski. They're going to come up to Squaw Valley, and they're going to ski, and they're going to recreate. Even without this new village being there, traffic is going to continue to be a significant impact to the area. That can't be helped. I live just off Squaw Valley Road, And one of the good things to me with this development by providing housing at the village area is on those high-impact traffic days, it's going to keep people in the village area, and we're not going to have that in and out traffic all day.
Thank you.
One final item. I know I got a few seconds. This project is going to create added assessed valuation, TOT tax, this transfer fee, and it's going to create jobs. That's very important to our economy, and we need this. So thank you again very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
My name is Casey Bland, and I'm a proud team member of both Squaw Valley and Alpine Meadows. I've had the great fortune in my life to have worked in the ski industry for over 40 years. I've worked directly for 6 different resorts and been associated with 9 resorts as part of Vail Resorts over the last 14 years. The last 35 years of which I've been in Lake Tahoe region, 5 of those at Kirkwood. I mention this just to state that I've been part of some incredible resorts over my career, but I've also been able to see ones that were poorly done. And it's given me a perspective that I feel is invaluable. As chairman of the South Tahoe Chamber of Commerce, I was able to assist the TRPA in the passing of the regional plan update a few years ago. That allowed current development of the South Lake Tahoe core and in a conscientious and an environmentally friendly way. Since then, there's a positive energy in that area where businesses are thriving and the guest experience is at an all-time high. It's also spurred other businesses to invest likely, and I mentioned this by virtue of Edgewood Tahoe as well. I see a direct correlation between Squaw's village development and what is occurring in South Lake Tahoe. I see us developing quality services that can allow Squaw to keep pace with South Tahoe. I can also see that no development is not a positive. Status quo is truly a status no. And this is exactly what is happening at Kirkwood today, as I just left there. The community is frozen in time and outdated infrastructure and services. And beyond that, there is no realistic or likely chance that it's going to move ahead anytime soon. It's just an unbelievable situation. We need to promote and to elevate year-round guest experience on this side of the lake, while enhancing our workforce opportunities and environmental improvements. I spent my whole life in the mountains. I've been very fortunate. I've never lived in a city and had to commute other than around Lake Tahoe. And I feel very proud and lucky because of that. But I realize the responsibility that I have is to enhance and protect for future generations. A 3rd generation of my family's in the ski industry now up in Whistler. The legacy of how I will be judged in many of my cohorts will be about our ability to sustain and improve a mountain's environment and also its service and local livelihood. I believe this project accomplishes just that. And I will hopefully welcome you all to propose that it move forward on our behest. Thank you.
All right. Hello, everybody. My name's Montua. I'm a proud member of the Squaw Valley and Alpine Meadows team.
Can I interrupt you just for just 1 second?
Oh, yeah.
Because they just switched on us here. I just looked at, so if you just give them a second to get their new equipment set up and change personnel there, we'll continue. I thought we were going to do it at 5 o'clock, but they came in early. Okay, are you ready? Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Start from the scratch.
Okay.
Your name again.
My name is Monty Wah, and I'm a proud member of the Squaw Valley and Alpine Meadows team. I want to thank you, the commissioners, and also all the citizens that are here today, and really appreciate the opportunity in this great nation for us to have these public comments and discussions on these important topics for our communities. A couple of points I want to make, I'll be brief, is this is the right size project. Anything smaller is not economically feasible. This has been studied and proven out through the EPS study report that was mentioned earlier. And in that report, it became very clear that this is as low as it can go. Anything below that, then it just can't cover the infrastructure costs, which are substantial. So first point is, this is the right size project. Second point is the Mountain Adventure Camp is a critical component for Squaw Valley and Alpine Meadows to be competitive, and it also provides a great community benefit. It does this in helping fill in during shoulder periods, providing additional activities for customers and groups and conferences, and it also provides a great activity during down weather days for families and others that are here on their vacations. So that's point number 2, is Mountain Adventure Camp is critical. Third is jobs, jobs, jobs. This project will result in improved hours for seasonal employees, more full-time jobs, and while the economy is good right now with unemployment at a record or a great low of 4% in May for Placer County, it wasn't too long ago in 2010 when unemployment was as high as 12%. So this development will help with the seasonality and also with jobs during future economic downturns. So kind of to wrap it up, we need this village now, and I urge you to recommend approval. Thank you.
Brittany Cleland, Mike DeGroff, John Cate.
Good afternoon, and thank you for letting me be here to speak to the panel. My name is Brittany Cleland, and I'm also a proud member of the Squaw Valley and Alpine Meadows team. I serve as the VP of Human Resources, which means I advocate and on behalf of the 2,100 seasonal employees, as well as the 300 year-round staff members. I support the redevelopment because of the 500 plus year-round full-time jobs that it will create. I want you to be aware that we have 60% retention season to season. That means 60% of our 2,100 employees already live in this area. They return season after season because we must be doing something right. Many of them talk to me every day about how they can gain employment year-round. If you're concerned about not having enough housing, please understand they live in this community. They already have homes. What they don't have is full-time year-round employment, and we can give them this if we pass this redevelopment project. The reality is our current lodging offerings cannot sustain any more year-round positions. We need to be competitive and create reasons for people to come and stay in Lake Tahoe for more than just weekends. So let's bring them in on planes and avoid the traffic on I-80. Moving year-round jobs, more year-round jobs mean more families living in the area, more people living in our communities, volunteering for the important nonprofits that we support, tax revenues, and I believe that the benefits of these 500 plus year-round full-time positions outweigh the negatives. So please support the benefits. Please support this plan. I hope you will vote yes on redevelopment, as I do.
Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, and thank you again for your time. My name is Mike DeGroff, and I work with the food and beverage, retail, and the commercial teams at Squaw Valley and Alpine Meadows. And I'm here in support of this new development as it is vital to our commercial businesses in the village and the people that own and operate those businesses. Currently today in the village, we have 28 tenants, and they employ over hundreds of employees. These businesses work extremely hard and in some cases for not so great profits. Here are some examples of how difficult it is to maintain those profit margins for these folks. These are retail and rental examples. Typically, cost of goods is between 30 and 50%. Labor is between 20 and 30%. Other expenses, 15 to 25%. That leaves, if you do the math and you blend it, somewhere between 10 and 15% is their profit margin. So you can imagine what that's like when volume slows, and it gets very, very difficult for these businesses to continue to thrive or wither, as Mr. Tong mentioned. I didn't have that in my speech, so thank you. So what happens to these businesses without volume or growth? Little to no sustainable fiscal health. Generally, the business becomes stagnant, and business declines, and upkeep declines. Staffing costs rarely decrease, so profitability becomes limited and even more difficult. Reinvestment decreases or becomes non-existent. So what happens even with modest growth? Volume increases, shoulder seasons fill in, profit margin increases, small businesses reinvest in their people and their place of business. Employees stay longer, training and employment costs become more manageable. The team and the community have continuity, synergy, and spirit. So there's much positive impact with this development and why we are in support of it, and these folks that run these businesses. With growth comes new enthusiasm, positive energy, healthy businesses that our friends run, and a healthy community. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm clearly not John Cate. Unfortunately, John Cate had to leave. Many people had not planned on such a long duration, and others had to get back to work. So John Cate left with me his statement. He is a second owner in Squaw Valley Lodge, so I will read it within the 3 minutes for you.
Good. Start now.
I want to offer my support for the redevelopment at Squaw Valley. There are many reasons why this effort makes sense, but there are 3 that I think matter most. First, the village lacks the scale and critical mass to be viable. There is not enough village activity to attract year-round visitors, nor are there enough visitors to support even the current meager retail and entertainment offerings. And word gets out. I have friends from New York and Chicago who ski annually, and having skied squaw will not return because there is nothing to do. We need the expansion to create a sense of destination and a sense of life and activity that draws visitors. It may be a chicken and egg proposition, but without expansion and added activities go with it, Squaw will remain a weekend destination serving the greater Bay Area. And that is not a viable option. Why? Because we need visitors. The population of skiers is stagnant or shrinking, and the ski areas must do 2 things to compete for a shrinking base of skiers and expand into 4-season destinations that attract non-skiers as well. As my colleague John Hart has just described, the ski market has become a zero-sum game, and those who are able to position themselves in the top tier will thrive. The rest will shrivel and die. Look around you. All but one of the major ski areas in the Greater Tahoe area are owned by one deep-pocketed player. Squaw faces a serious choice: grow or shrivel up. Finally, I think this is the best thing for the region. This project is entirely consistent with the long-term general plan and will create new jobs and provide substantial funds for environment and transportation improvements. It will significantly increase the tax base, providing further resources for public improvements and programs. But most of all, it will ensure that Squaw Valley survives and thrives as a major economic and recreational force. To those who call for further reduction in scale, I say false choice. Notwithstanding the fact that Squaw Valley Real Estate has already reduced their plans by 50%, a further reduction would not offer the returns to make an attractive option for any investor, nor would it provide the resources for investment in infrastructure, environmental, and transport improvements. There is no such thing as free money. Finally, for those of you who suggest we second homeowners somehow don't have a big stake in the future of the area as permanent residents, I say think again. We pay the same taxes. We pay the same real estate prices. We support your businesses and pay for your kids to go to schools. Indeed, we may even have a bigger stake, as we have chosen to support not 1, but 2 homes in order to have the privilege to be part of this amazing region. As a stakeholder, I urge your support and approval for this plan.
Thank you.
Vladimir Bazanak, Hakun Longtree, Joshua Thompson Beret.
lift this. You can lift that speaker up, the microphone. The other person.
Is this okay? Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's good. The
All
other
right.
person was short and brought it down.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. My name is Vladimir Bazyanets. My wife and I have owned a unit at Squaw Valley Lodge for almost 2 decades and have skied at Squaw Valley for more than 5 decades. We do not rent our unit, and year-round, I spend as much time in Olympic Valley as my work allows. I speak to you as an information scientist with more than 5 decades of hands-on experience in all facets of buildings industry. And I'm not paid by Squaw Valley to be here. As an information scientist, anytime someone quotes numbers, I become curious about the source and validity of those numbers. Those opposing the proposed Squaw Valley development project want once again to reduce the proposed development size by 50%. This supposedly is appropriate because of the reduced density alternative defined in section 2.3.3 of the draft EIR dated May 2015 and required by the California Code of Regulations section 15126.6a. Unfortunately, neither that EIR section nor the state code address the economic viability of any alternative to a proposed development, nor do they offer any credit for having already reduced the original development proposal by 50%. The county hired Goldwyn Consulting Group to peer review the EPS's analysis of the current development proposal's financial viability, which found that further reduction in current proposal's project size would not be economically viable. Goodwin concluded that EPS's methodologies and findings were appropriate and reasonable. The opposition to the project is well aware of that finding, but has not provided any credible data that would contradict it. Yet the opposition continues to demand a 50% development size reduction. That does not make any sense to me. Based on available facts, I can only conclude that the opposition wants to kill this development and thus kill all the associated benefits to all property owners in Olympic Valley. Until now, I have not seen a development project proposal anywhere that offers so many benefits to the community. Disallowing it will be tantamount to killing the proverbial golden goose. The opposition is using the 50% size reduction demand as the means to accomplish exactly that. I wonder what their real motivation is. Now, something I wasn't going to talk about, but since everybody has been using traffic or the bad traffic situation as an excuse for their arguments, I'd like to point out that we all know that the real traffic problem in our region is I have 2 sentences, is Highway 89 and Interstate 80. The assessment that of the impact of the new development of that traffic that has been used by everybody here and also by the State Attorney General's office is inaccurate. And I will be happy to offline comment on this and tell you why, okay? I urge the Commission to look at the facts of this case as provided by your get swayed by deliberate, mostly unfounded, irrelevant, exaggerated, or dishonest misinformation flooding social and public media, and to make its decision on future of the proposed development that best serves the entire Olympic Valley community. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for your time today. Oh, sorry it's been this long, but my name is Hoken Langery, and I'm here just basically to talk general support for Squaw Valley Alpine Meadows. I'm the executive director of Achieve Tahoe, formerly Disabled Sports USA Far West. Achieve Tahoe has been a successful nonprofit in the North Lake Tahoe region for 49 years. And if anyone knows anything about nonprofits, that's a pretty long history.
What's the name of that nonprofit again?
Now it's called Achieve Tahoe.
Oh, Achieve Tahoe,
Yeah,
okay.
we have been Disabled Sports USA plus many other organizations over the years. And I've been involved with the organization for almost half the time, and I've lived here in Truckee for over 20 years. Since the early 1980s, we've operated from Alpine Meadows Ski Resort. In that time, we have worked with many companies holding the Forest Service lease to operate the ski resort. In all my experience with Achieve Tahoe, I can honestly say that no leaseholder has served us better than the current team led by Andy Worth and Squaw Valley Alpine Meadows. Yeah, Andy is, Andy is not Alex Cushing, just to clear that up for people.
We knew that already.
From the beginning of their tenure, over 5 years ago, Andy and his team reached out to us and embraced our programs. We provide a unique but invaluable service for people with disabilities and their families, operating an adaptive ski school, serving anyone of any age with any disability. Our nonprofit mission is to keep the snow sports experience affordable for our participants. 80% of our revenues come from the goodwill of donors. Since my first meeting with Andy and his team, we have received unflagging support from Squaw Valley Ski Holdings. They know it's the right thing to do. We share a passion for snow sports. Our visions, values, and operations are aligned as we strive to provide the best experience possible to the people we serve, able-bodied or disabled. Through their support, Squaw Valley Ski Holdings allows us to provide opportunities to members of our community with disabilities that would otherwise not be available. Trust me on that one. Very few opportunities for this population. Even though we're a nonprofit corporation, independent of Squaw Valley Alpine Meadows, and no, they're not paying me to be here today either, we're welcomed as part of the Squaw Valley Alpine Meadows team by Andy in every department. Through them, we are able to access resources we could otherwise not afford. In addition to providing resources for operations, Squaw Valley Alpine Meadows supports our special events and fundraising campaigns. Squaw Valley Ski Holdings' philanthropic support of Achieve Tahoe through in-kind donations makes them one of our most generous supporters. The support from this team that I continue to experience firsthand and that I see through their involvement with other nonprofits in our special mountain community is unparalleled. It's clear to me that Andy and his team put a very big price on doing the right thing for the community and contributing many of the benefits that make this area such a great place to live, work, and play. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Joshua Thompson Beret, and I'm here to speak in favor of the redevelopment as it stands right now. So I've got a couple arguments. First argument is I live in Squaw Valley. Lived there for the last 3 years, been working there for 6 years. And my job over there is I oversee the majority of snowboard trainer training. And I also get to see a lot of ski lessons go down. And I've been doing this for about 16 years. So I've seen a lot of beginners get introduced to the sport, a lot of new folks. And one of the things that I've seen throughout that time, in that 16-year period, and I've worked at a lot of mountains, is I've seen the hardiness, I guess, of our new skier and our new rider. I've seen that change a little bit. I've seen people come to expect a certain level of service, a certain level of things that support their overall experience. And so what we're looking at right here, what we're looking at as far as the redevelopment is we're looking at having some services that actually match guest expectations. I'm in support of this because in order for Squaw and skiing and snowboarding at Squaw to have a viable future, we have to start bringing in those services now to support the next generation that's going to expect them. If you are a seasoned skier or a seasoned snowboarder, and it's really easy for you to slap on your boots in a wet parking lot and walk across and be okay with that. But if you're not, and if you're coming in as a family and two of the people out of that family don't want to participate in a risky sport, they need something else to do. And something else to do is the Adventure Center. They need a nice room to stay in because that's what they're accustomed to, and that's what we want to bring them. I speak to this too because as a professional, I want to see my instructors have a professional future. And if we keep it the way we're doing right now, they're not going to have that professional future. And I love skiing, I love snowboarding, I love snow sports, and I love the impact that it makes on people's lives. And it's just a matter of fact that our guests that are coming to the mountains right now, our new ones, the future that's coming to the mountains now, is expecting something better than what we're offering. And I guess I'd like to turn around. That's kind of my main point as far as is here to Planning Commission, but I also like to turn around to the audience a little bit. And regardless of whether the Planning Commission approves the redevelopment as it stands right now, if they do or they don't, I really, that's why I'm not in a white shirt right now. I really hope that we can find some common ground so that our area can see a vibrant future.
Catherine Luhy, Catherine Care, Errol Care.
Catherine Luhy is another second homeowner who had to go home to work, so she couldn't stay long.
Thank you. Catherine Care, Errol Care, Erica Backus.
Hi, my name is Catherine Kerr. I'm a fifth-generation Californian. My father skied Donner Summit before there were any resorts in the area. He and his buddy drove up from the Bay Area and enjoyed a day of skiing from Donner Summit down to Donner Lake, taking turns driving. My grandmother skied at the dam at Lake Van Norden. I've been coming to the Tahoe area since I was a little girl. I was one of the first 30 or so competitors on the Sugar Bowl ski team. I competed in the same era as the Poulsons, and my age group competitor as a J3 was Alex Cushing's daughter. Resort life has always been dear to the heart of my family. My father followed his devotion to the mountains and eventually became president of the board at Sugar Bowl Ski Corps and stayed in that position for 10 years. We watched many changes take place to the resort, and it all had to do with development and bringing the resort up to date. I eventually moved to the mountains to chase a lifestyle dream. Once my son started competing, I worked out on the mountain as a lift operator to be able to afford ski racing. What I observed in those days helps me to speak to you about an important matter regarding ski team and employees. The village redevelopment will enable the squaw community to have decent locker rooms for employees, decent housing for employees. And the ski team locker room will no longer be an embarrassment to the community. I support the village redevelopment and hope that you will join me to support it too. Thank you.
All right, well, I got to follow my mom. So, my name is Errol Kerr. I'm probably best known as a sole member of the Jamaican ski team. In 2010, I had the amazing opportunity of taking Alpine Meadows to 9th place in the Vancouver Winter Olympics. I've been blessed to grow up here in the Tahoe area and watch the community grow into what it is today. I witnessed firsthand the transformation of a ski resort into the modern era. My grandfather, John Fuller, which Fuller's Folly is named after at Sugar Bowl, was president of the board at Sugar Bowl for 10 years as it transformed into what it is today. Now that I'm retired from World Cup ski racing, I feel that I embody the Tahoe lifestyle. I am a certified welder, and I work hard enough all summer so I can play all winter.
There you go.
I know that there's a lot of you in this room that are just like me and love our 80-plus acre pavement palace at Squaw Valley and the ease in which we drive to within 10 feet of the Far East chairlift every morning to get our turns in. I am a big supporter of sustainable growth in the Tahoe area, and I've spent a lot of time working closely with Andy Worth and the Squaw Valley marketing team on the village redevelopment project. There are some unavoidable drawbacks to the project, but the benefits outweigh these tenfold. I could spend all day here explaining to you the benefits of this project, but my time is very short. So here are my key points. Fixing our watershed. Our pavement palace drains all of its oil, hazardous byproducts from snow removal and snow storage directly into the Squaw Valley Creek without any containment ponds. This problem will be fixed. Traffic. In the proposed plan, there is a very extensive traffic management program, which includes in-valley transportation. There will be a massive 4,000 square foot bus station, plus expanded mass transit. Included in the plans are high-capacity vehicle lanes to ingress and degress the valley during high traffic periods and on 89 to Truckee. In closing, I would like to leave you with this. If we do not move forward on this project, we are letting our community fall behind. Our pavement palace is zoned for 4,800 rooms. Someone will come along later and push through a plan without working as closely with the community. Squaw Valley Ski Holdings has worked closely with the community on this project and is only adding 1,300 rooms to the valley, which I feel is very sustainable growth. Thank you, and please vote yes.
I have Erica Backus, Carolyn Ross, Andrea Parisi.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
My name is Caroline Ross, and I am the Executive Director of the Squaw Village Neighborhood Company, the master association for the existing village at Squaw Valley. I am not employed by Squaw Valley Ski Holdings, and I am not here as a representative for my membership. I am here as a Placer County resident who has worked very hard to drive the destination and make the village as good as it can be since 2002. I'm here to show support for this project before you and to share my hope for a sustainable village in the future. In my office, I have a 17-year-old rendering with the caption, "A village worthy of a mountain." It depicts what our village could have looked like had Interwest completed all 4 phases, which, mind you, was allotted over 1,000 hotel rooms. Although I'm very proud of our accomplishments with the current state of half a village, we have a mountain worthy of a world-class village, one that was promised almost 2 decades ago. This is a redevelopment plan to finish what has been abandoned. The time is now. We can't wait any longer with status quo, and the consequences of no project should not be ignored. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Andrea Parisi, and I am the project coordinator for Squaw Valley Real Estate and for the Village at Squaw Valley Specific Plan. The immediate Squaw Valley Real Estate team, if you don't know, is very small. You can count us on one hand. Yet somehow we've engaged in over 400 community meetings. That's equivalent to a very large number of people collectively over 5 years. In 2014, we opened Base Camp in the village, a place where folks could come and learn about the project, ask questions, share concerns, share their ideas, share their stories. We've had over 10,000 people come to Base Camp in 2 years. As a team, we've worked hard, day in and day out on this project. It has literally been our sole focus and #1 priority and responsibility to come before you today with an informed, well thought out, intensely studied plan. A huge part of our job, though, has been simply to listen and to respond to this community. But we had to do it in a responsible way, a way that seeks to find balance between what we know to be our guests' needs and expectations, our community's concerns, and our own objectives as well. To put it bluntly, this has not been easy, and we have not satisfied everyone's concerns, but we have solved for many, and we now have a very well-adjusted plan. Specific plan before you is our 6th generation. With each revision, we've strengthened and refined and tightened our standards and guidelines. With each major revision, we've reduced the plan. We have lowered buildings, separated buildings, moved buildings, and deleted buildings. We've acted in good partnership and in good faith with many in this community. We've spent hours, weeks, sometimes months of our time with some of our biggest critics, some of whom sit in this room today still as our opponent. Oftentimes, these efforts were in vain. Our words were spun, the information we shared was cut, edited, and ultimately used against us. We have remained cordial in the face of anger, hostility, dishonesties, and even physical threats to ourselves and our families. It has been work, but we have truly worked hard. We've worked every day on this project. We've made some great relationships. We've heard some amazing stories. We've shared great ideas, shared concerns. We've had our eyes open to new concerns, and we've forged solutions. I know there's a lot of people who know about this project, but we know this project, and it's good. In closing, I just want to say thank you. It's been a long haul, it's been a long day, and we hope that you support our work, our commitments, and this plan.
Nancy Elrod, Dee Byrne, Megan Hallenberg.
She was out in the other room. No,
Hi,
she's out
sorry
there
I'm
listening.
late. My name is Nancy Elrod, and I've been in the area here for about 30 years now. And I wasn't going to comment because most of my comments have been clearly and eloquently addressed by the opponents to the project. But after Mr. Polson spoke, I did want to make one comment and one request to the county. And that is, you know, I know that in regards to general plan existing, but I know that Olympic Valley has requested the county update that plan numerous times over the years to no avail. And I want to thank Mr. Polson and our predecessors for forming that plan, because I know there was a lot of effort put into it, and it has some good attributes. But I want to ask the county to please let a new generation of citizens formulate a general plan and to deny the Squaw Valley specific plan. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dee Byrne. I'm a Tahoe City resident and an employee of Squaw Valley and Alpine Meadows. I would love to take more of your time and share my passionate views, but I'll spare you. And I'll cut it down to one comment, one reinforcement. I adamantly disagree on the position of the Mountain Adventure Center. It is absolutely a necessity. Monty Wah put it well. It's not acceptable for families to have to hang out at Snow Venture or in Lower Olympic House in substandard conditions. And athletes in the room, wouldn't it be fantastic if we had a world-class, state-of-the-art training facility for our young athletes? Please support the plan. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name's Megan Hollenberg, and I'm here today to support the village redevelopment plan. I am fourth generation here in Placer County and Kings Beach. My children are fifth generation. My dad's sitting with me today, and he was just reminiscing about seeing Grateful Dead in this building we're sitting in right now. I'm supporting this development project for myself because I'm an employee at Squaw Valley, and I appreciate the opportunity for career growth and more opportunities, but I'm really here for my children. There's going to be great tax revenues for the school district that they attend. There's going to be career opportunities for them, as Dee put it, more opportunities for their athletic development. And I just hope you guys see the future of what it can do for our community to have this center and these jobs available for everybody. So thank you. Please support the development.
Catherine Reese, Keith Fountain, and Teresa May Dugan.
Yes, I'm really Catherine Reese and not John Hart. My husband and I own in Squaw Valley Lodge. I sit on the board of our homeowners association. So I'm not just speaking for myself, I'm speaking for the 218 owners that are there. And unfortunately, I don't think it was recognized at the MAC that when Keith Fountain spoke before the MAC when this project was last considered, he too was speaking for 218, and we obviously didn't get in that count in our full capacity. My husband and I have owned since 2001. He has skied the valley since the 60s, I since the 70s, but we were always destination skiers up here. We never skied on weekends because we hated the traffic on 80 and 89 back in the 60s and 70s and 80s and 90s. So we used Squaw Valley with friends first in timeshare and then in other of the lodgings that were around the valley. And then 2001 came and we bought and we love it. We are very characteristic and typical of the second owner. We do not drive into the valley on Friday afternoon, Saturday morning, and we never go home on Sunday at 4:30 or 5. I would predict that the intention of this development will be very much parallel, the experience traffic-wise, to what we do. We come because we want to stay. We want to be out of the traffic. We want to be no part of it. We put our car away. Let me turn to the MAC for a moment. The MAC is a feature that seems to be quite controversial in all quarters. Some can't decide whether it's an awful attraction or an amenity. I would choose to view it as an amenity for some of the reasons that others have just spoken. World-class training centers for our young athletes. But talk about someone such as myself. It's not much fun to plan on going skiing, and it rains, and you look at this half-baked, half-finished village, and what do you do with yourself but get in your car and maybe go to Incline and go bowling? The opportunity, let me put in my pitch once again for the lap pool, the opportunity to go swim laps or engage in wholesome activities for kids. We have friends recently who have a condo up that spoke. The village does not have a pool when those kids aren't up on the mountain or they aren't at high camp. They're wandering around wondering what are they going to do with themselves. We want a circumstance where we put our cars away and where we enjoy the maximum that we possibly can. So let's talk a little bit about what we lose if this project is not approved.
Whoops, you're done. 5
Oh, I'm
minutes.
so sorry.
Okay.
Well, you've given others 3 seconds more.
3 seconds.
All right, well, maybe 30 seconds. So what do we lose if we kill the project? Now actually reduce 50%, 38% of what is allowed by the plan. A planned harmonious village, a project that agreed to adopt the Design Review Committee's recommendations, save for the MAC height, which has now been reduced. The developer doesn't pay for stream restoration. Developer doesn't pay for new medical clinic. Developer doesn't pay for infrastructure. Developer doesn't pay for a planned community, which can now grow piecemeal. Developer doesn't make a $15 million in real estate transfer fee for transportation or environmental stewardship. And what about enhanced transportation solutions, workforce housing, and what happens to our lift prices?
30 seconds. You made it.
Would you like copies of this?
Give it to our secretary. Thank you for printing, having it available.
Yeah, my pleasure. My name's Keith Fountain. I've skied Alpine Meadows in Squaw Valley since 1973. We could all go on about that, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, but I've been here a while, and I was lucky enough to buy a home here in 2001. I don't have to ski in and run home. A lot of us are happy that we don't have to do that. And I believe I'm pretty typical of the 1,200 people who are condo owners up here. And by the way, that's 70% of the residential housing in Squaw Valley. That's the majority of the housing in Squaw Valley. And most of them aren't here today because they're working. And I can, for a year now, I've been working with the HOA presidents of all of them, so I feel as though I can represent to a degree their attitudes, and much of what I say I think is going to be similar. But, you know, there'll be exceptions. I know you have a real issue, and I appreciate that. We all love the mountain community, like Tom Day and like Rob Gaffney and David Stepner. Some of these folks have talked to you about how much they love it up here. We all love it here. And I believe that it's first and foremost a ski resort. That's what Squaw is. It's been a ski resort for over 65 years. It is the host to and the home of the Olympics. It's not a pristine mountain area. And indeed, I'm too going to quote the Squaw Valley General Plan that I read on my own many months ago, trying to understand this whole process. And its purpose is to ensure that Squaw Valley is developed into a top quality year-round destination resort. That's a quote from the general plan that's been in effect since '83. So that's what we're after here. So for our resort community to compete and thrive in the future, we have to have investment now. And of course, there's going to be impacts. The general plan expected them, and much of what has been done already to mitigate them. There's been an adoption of the Design Review Committee recommendations. There's been, so we have still 20 of these significant and unavoidable impacts. And in substance, there are actually 10, okay? They've been doubled in count for their cumulative effect. And 3 of these impacts go away when the construction is completed. They're not here forever, and we have to live with them forever, as a couple people have said. And in periods of time when there's construction, 3 of those topics of impacts we do have to deal with. I admit that. One of them, the greenhouse gas emissions, that's been mentioned earlier, and I don't quite understand this. It's not even a standard that's been established yet, but the uncertainty of maybe we won't comply with it, and I don't know why we wouldn't, but that's another one of the impacts. So I'm confident we'll be able to deal with that. And there are 3 impacts on buildings, that's the cultural elements, the scenic vistas and sky glow. They're the price of redeveloping a deteriorating parking lot into a complete and integrated village. And that brings us to traffic, which accounts for the other 3 impacts and is an existing problem only marginally impacted by the village. And it'll take all of us to solve that problem. May I proceed for another minute?
No, probably not. We can read, you presented your thing in writing, so I was reading along.
Thank you, Richard.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Theresa May Duggan. Yes, I am the new Prime Minister of Great Britain. I want to welcome you to beautiful Kings Beach, home of the award-winning Placer County Public Works Project, the Kings Beach Commercial Core Improvement Project. Here in Kings Beach, we're proud of what redevelopment can do. We believe we're meeting the goals of the project, which are 3: water quality improvements, bike and pedestrian safety, and a revitalization of our downtown core. We're not quite done, but we already see and feel the benefits for our community. Thank you so much, Placer County Planning Commission. I was in front of you for the Kings Beach core. You did a great job then, you'll do a great job today. I've been working on the village redevelopment plan since mid-2013. I've seen the downsizing, I've applauded the changes. I've met with dozens of opinion leaders and stakeholders, soliciting their ideas to make the plan better. I see their fingerprints and ideas on many of the changes, and I think we're now at a plan that will benefit our community, our economy, and our environment. More than 90% of the village is built on disturbed land. It's a great example of smart growth principles that I learned while working at the Sierra Business Council. Those were documented in the award-winning publication, Planning for Prosperity, Building Successful Communities in the Sierra Nevada. The village will maintain a clear edge between town and country. The plan retires all development rights after this entitlement. The highest standards of construction are planned to LEED standards and higher, and promise energy efficiency. The ongoing reinvestment is key to the success. We won't see a half-built village with too much commercial and not enough people. We know the alternative to urban sprawl is compact town development, and defining urban growth boundaries brings certainty, which land can be developed and which will be left open. We know from planning that well-designed and sited structures will increase the value of the neighboring properties and the community as a whole. So building heights have been reduced, view sheds improved, gathering spaces enhanced, parking lots with approved BMPs installed. I could go on and on. You've heard them all today. Please support the Village Redevelopment Project. It's a smart thing to do for our community, our economy, and our environment. Thank you.
Deb Stansel, Nikki Riffey, Kevin Dielson.
Hi, my name is Deb Stansel. I am an employee of Squaw Valley and Alpine Meadows. I am here on my own free will. I am a homeowner in Carnelian Bay. I've lived here well over 10 years. I am going to follow the rules and not be redundant, so you'll be happy to hear that. I do have one question for you guys. If this is approved, it doesn't happen like next week, correct? Correct. So traffic, housing, and public transit is an issue right now, and it shouldn't be put onto the shoulders of this development project. We need separate meetings. I will be involved. I will be vocal. But we need to solve that outside of this development because it's an issue right here, right now. My own sons cannot move here right now because there's no place to live. So thank you for your time. I am obviously in favor, and I appreciate you guys being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, my name is Kevin Dielson, and I work with Squaw Valley. I'm a seasonal part-time employee. I'm not being paid to be here. I actually drove up from the Bay Area on my own, at my own expense. I feel very strongly that this project should be approved. I started skiing at Squaw Valley when I was 10 years old, 1964. I've been a season pass holder since 1978. I've skied on the Master Ski Performance Program for 12 years. 9 years ago, I decided to become a part-time employee. I can honestly say I really like working at Squaw Valley. They treat us well, they pay us well. We do three things every day when we go out the door. We take care of ourselves, we take care of our guests, and we take care of our community. And I think all of us are really proud. You're wearing a white shirt today. I know these people work really hard and they like working at Squaw. I worked for 2 seasons under the old management, and I can tell you 100% without any uncertainty that KSL is a better employer than what existed before. Like I said, they treat us better, they pay us better, they know our names, they take good care of us, they're concerned about us, they're concerned across the board for customer service in every department. Our customer service numbers have gone way up since KSL took over. I've been a ticket scanner, I've worked in guest services, I've worked in this new season pass office, and if you've ever been to the old season pass office, it was like the Tower of London, a torture chamber in a castle. It was terrible. So now I work for ski school and I work for Squaw Kids. A funny story is we have to shovel our own stairs at the ski school locker room. And for one season, we had one broken snow shovel under the old management. And we kept asking for a new snow shovel. It had a split down the middle. So, you know, we kept, if you've ever tried to shovel stairs with a broken shovel, it's pretty tough. So the shovel never showed up. Our supervisor said, hey, you know, it was on order, but it never came. So in 2010, KSL bought Squaw. And I know this was a small thing, but it was a light bulb moment for me. I came down the stairs to shovel it, and a snowmobile rolled up with a maintenance guy, and he had 3 brand new snow shovels. And he said, these are for you. At the same time, I started seeing brown rubber mats pop up around the resort so people didn't slip and fall. We saw metal stairs get installed in incline areas so that people could navigate better. All those types of things, KSL's done very well. It's ironic to me that some of the opponents that have come up, they're the same people, and I hear them as I'm working at Squaw. They go to Whistler, they go to Jackson Hole, they go to Vail, they go to Aspen, and they come back and rave about it. We had a great time. We went out to dinner. We stayed on the mountain. It was wonderful. There was a free bus system. But they don't want any of that at Squaw. They want to treat Squaw Valley as a little private club and don't want it to grow one bit. To me, it's crazy. And I hear, like I said, I hear it all the time. I'll conclude, and I'm in support of the project, and I hope you can support it.
Thank you.
I'm going to try again. Is it Nikki Riley? Nikki Riley? Michael Fenton? Jerry Reeson?
I had written good morning, but now it's, well, early evening. Good afternoon, Chair Rokuchi and fellow planning commissioners. My name is Nikki Riley, and I am the Development Director for Mountain Area Preservation. I have been a workforce housing advocate since I moved to Truckee in 1998. I ran for town council in 2002 on the platform of housing our locals, and I didn't win, but I did become a planning commissioner, focusing much of my energy on new programs and policies to solve our housing crisis. The recent release of the region-wide housing study identifies a lack of housing across all sectors of the community and impacts all but the wealthiest of our citizens. This study was funded by both Nevada and Placer County, as well as the town of Truckee, and demonstrates a desire to address this issue and find meaningful ways to get housing built. We must support these efforts, not turn a blind eye to those who elect to disregard the current lack of housing for our locals. I call to question the commenter who spoke glowingly of the existing employee housing at Squaw. The staff report has outlined the removal of 99 housing units, not 40. This is also in the EIR. This report also described the new units as dormitories with 4 beds and studio units. I don't know about you, but living in a dorm room or a studio with my husband and 2 kids is unacceptable. New development must address and account for the impacts they create. While job creation is a benefit for the region, it can be a hardship for anyone who can't find an affordable place to live. It is not okay for Squaw to put the burden of their employee housing responsibility on the shoulders of surrounding communities, specifically the town of Truckee. Nor is it okay to ask their employees to commute from Reno, Auburn, or elsewhere. From an environmental standpoint, this proposal has failed to assess the impacts of off-site housing and the subsequent effects of employees commuting to work. This must be analyzed to understand the cumulative impacts of locating your employees away from their place of work. And while Placer County's policies allow for the payment of in lieu fees, the setting aside of land, or the building of units on site, the only effective way to address today's housing crisis is to build units on the ground. Squaw's payment of $500,000 to the county to address housing in the region is a slap in the face. This is not a public benefit. This is a payoff, one of many, resulting in no new housing units at Squaw Valley. At a recent town council meeting, a local hit the nail on the head about the provision of workforce housing. She said, "You can't live in an in lieu. Squaw Valley must be required to build the necessary housing for its current and proposed workforce." Where is the housing plan described in the EIR? A project of this size and scale needs a clear plan to move forward. We have yet to see this so-called plan. There are far too many impacts resulting from this project that merit further environmental review and mitigation to even begin to consider an approval. And the one issue that trumps all else, I have one paragraph left, is the statement of overriding considerations that all of you must make to send it to the Board of Supervisors for certification. A statement of overriding considerations is required when the environmental impacts created by a project are unable to be mitigated. The decision-making body must outline the significant and tangible public benefits provided by the project that are so great they override the negative impacts created by the project. This statement cannot be made. The list of impacts is too great and the benefits too few. It's time to send the development team back to the drawing board. This proposal cannot be supported and must be denied. Thank you.
I would like to thank the Honorable Planning Commissioners of Placer County and everyone who's attending today. This is a big step for Squaw Valley.
Your name?
My name is Michael Fenton. I've been a resident of Squaw Valley since the early 70s. I've been a ski instructor at Squaw Valley for a long time. I too am here on my own, not being paid, but I'm going to keep it really, really quick and short. I want to say, you know, I've been in Squaw Valley and I've looked at the parking lot for forever. I agree with Kevin. KSL has done nothing but good things for Squaw Valley, and I believe in this project. I support it. As a homeowner in Squaw Valley of 20 years, I believe it's the right course for Squaw Valley. It's time for them to come out of the dark ages and open the doors to a whole new world of possibilities. Thank you.
Thank you for keeping it short.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you for your service. My name is Jerry Reeson. For over 30 years, my family and I have been second homeowners in Squaw Valley. We consider the valley to be very special. My son's first email address on AOL was squawlocal@aol.com. I totally agree that the village should be more vibrant, but this proposal is way past creating a vibrant village. It is clearly an attempt to urbanize a mountain setting and make an excessive profit and exit. I will start with my concerns about traffic. My son, the Squaw local, works for the city of San Francisco as a transportation engineer. Prior to that job, he worked for Fair and Piers, the transportation consultants for the EIR, their work has been lauded here today. He wrote an extensive comment letter on the DIR, noting that the project's approach to traffic was very much old school. The project's solution to traffic is some occasional guys standing in the cold, some traffic cones, and most importantly, a large parking structure. The result will, of course, be noise, pollution, and ever more present terrible gridlock. But it doesn't need to be. The applicant needs to commit to no additional traffic, NAT. The EIR consultants say it can be done, but will be expensive. The consultants also say, quote, in summary, it would be very challenging to implement no additional traffic. But the likely result of no additional traffic is that the proposed project would never get constructed. From these comments, it is obvious the applicant won't make a meaningful commitment to traffic management. They intend to get 25 years of entitlements and leave the gridlock in their wake. You must reject this project unless a measurable commitment to traffic management is made. Each construction phase must not be allowed if traffic is grown. I would also comment about shading, which was totally ignored. I wrote multiple comment letters noting that, in fact, Google Earth shows that the village is not in shade on December 21st at noon, as they said, and in fact, it is in full sunlight from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. And very likely, and this was not analyzed, the parking garage will shade Squaw Creek. There is no analysis of this. This project must be rejected until a full analysis of shadowing is complete and reviewed by the public, and it must be rejected until a meaningful traffic management plan is in place. Thank you.
Gary Davis, Bruce Usent, and Andrew Hayes. Gary Davis, Bruce Usent, and Andrew Hayes.
It's too late for that. Members of the Planning Commission, my name is Andrew Hayes. I'm a resident of Alpine Meadows, but I ski Squaw Valley. We stand here today at a critical juncture of our future as a region and as a community. I am confident that years from now we will look back at this moment of truth, as this moment that Tahoe was made. The question now remains, which future will we choose? When it comes to this proposal's negative impacts on the environment, the verdict is clear. The EIR highlights an unprecedented number of significant and unavoidable outcomes that will irreparably harm our most valuable natural resources. When it comes to the opinion of the community, the verdict is clear. The Municipal Advisory Council, people appointed as representatives by this very county, decisively voted to reject this proposal as it stands before us. Tahoe has unquestionably reached its breaking point. For too long, we have chosen growth without regard to its long-term impacts. We have approved development without creating considered transportation solutions. We cannot afford to put off these decisions any longer. I don't need to break down the methodology of traffic studies to come to my conclusion. As someone who drives the roads every day, the traffic has gotten worse, and it has become intolerable. As the traffic situation becomes more dire, for many, the simple commute to work is becoming a daily hardship. It is time for the county to take action and represent the will and the basic needs of its citizens by demanding that we find real solutions before we approve any projects with the unprecedented scale as the one before us. Even in its pre-development state, the corridor between Tahoe City and Truckee is often completely unpassable. While it was generally accepted that the economy of the region is dependent on tourist dollars, we, the residents, refuse to be considered a secondary concern. We find it unjust that one single entity, such as Squaw Valley, should be allowed to restrict the mobility of such a large region. And we reject the notion that it should be allowed to grow even further before obtaining a solution. There are no simple answers to be found. The Tahoe region is unique in many ways and will require equally innovative transportation solutions. Simply advertising the airport shuttle more robustly, as is seriously suggested in the specific plan, is wholly inadequate, and in my opinion, doesn't constitute a plan of any kind. Nor does the applicant's proposal to contribute increased payments into some kind of vague fund. There will be no simple solutions. Any project that proposes to so vastly change the nature and basic character of this community that disrupts people's lives and alters their very way of life must prove that it can contribute much more than just projected tax revenues from projected future business. I implore the members of the Planning Commission to join me in the support of this community, to take a stand for our future, and to take us down the right path of history. Thank you.
Joe Imbach, Judy Bruner, Hamish, I'm going to butcher this one, Jiwans. Please step forward if your name was called. Let's get one coming.
Sorry about that. Good afternoon, board members. My name is Joe Imbach. I'm a lifelong resident of the Tahoe area. I'm also currently the business agent for the Carpenters Union. I'd like to talk to you a little bit this afternoon about commitment. In 1942, the carpenters of Placer County got together and they built themselves a hiring hall 2 blocks down Deer Street. A couple years later, the laborers joined them. It became a labor temple. In the late 1950s, Mr. Alex Cushing made a commitment to those folks at that hiring hall to go to work on his project, which later became the site of the 1960 Winter Olympics. That is commitment. We at the Carpenters Union got a call from KSL, you know, those folks from Colorado, last Friday to meet with them. We met with them. They said, what do you want? We said, we want the same thing we asked Alex. We want commitment on your project to use a signatory general contractor for the duration of your project. They said, we can't do that. We'll agree to let you build our MAC. We'll talk about maybe an off-site parking structure, but we're not going to talk about the 2 large parking structures or any of the residential units. We kind of expected this. The next part of the discussion we did not expect. They said, oh, and we want an escape clause. We want to be able at any time to submit 30 days in writing to divorce you from this project. And in order to compensate you for that, we're going to write a check to you for $500,000. We do not do business this way, nor should anyone else. I'd like to ask you this afternoon to please deny the petitioner for their entitlements. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, evening. My name is Hamish Gowans. I live here in Kings Beach. I own property in Tahoe Vista, and I want to wing it here, so sorry if I bumble. I'm urging you to oppose the proposal as in its present form. That's not because I'm against any sort of development. I just want it to take a different form. I see it doesn't keep with the community spirit, and I just wanted to correct that for anyone that thinks that the Keep Squaw True crowd is against any and all development. Another thing I wanted to correct that I feel is relevant is that KSL is not actually your employer when you work at Squaw. They are actually a private equity firm from I don't even know where. They own Squaw Valley Ski Holdings, which is the actual employer, and they are looking to use Squaw Valley Holdings to push through a development in there and then they'll probably sell it off within 5 years of getting their permits. So I don't really think that they're here with our interests in mind, and that's why I wanted to show up and speak directly to you as commissioners and participate in our democracy where we actually have a chance as locals to talk about the spirit of our place and what we want to have our community look like. So I just wanted to say, part of my comment that I submitted earlier was we need a development that keeps the character of our community and protects the environment and makes North Tahoe an attractive place to visit for generations to come. My personal fear is that KSL does not have any interest in our local values and is looking to get their development approved and sell their stake, leaving the rest of the project in disarray, bringing chaos into our community. And that's because the local value that I see here, and just want to make sure is given voice, is that we have an area where wildness is a step away. I don't see an urbanized, overdeveloped, the village as planned, basically a mall that you actually walk through you don't have covered passages between the businesses as appropriate for the Tahoe experience and the Tahoe that I would like to see. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you, Planning Commission. My name is Judy Bruner, and I've had a second home in Alpine Meadows for 17 years and have been coming to the Squaw and Alpine area for over 30 years. I live in the Bay Area. I will comment on the areas that I believe have not been adequately addressed by the EIR. However, given time constraints, I will not provide the supporting details. Those details have been addressed and submitted by legal counsel as well as by the Attorney General. The current plans would result in a mega resort. This development plan is out of character with North Lake Tahoe and out of sync with the infrastructure of the Squaw Valley and North Lake Tahoe areas. It will require significantly more water, and the EIR fails to adequately analyze the water requirements and fails to consider the impact of climate change and extended drought on the water supply. We heard today that if there is impact on the aquifers, they will jigger the system. How will they jigger the system once 1,500 bedrooms have been built? The traffic along Highway 89 and in and out of Squaw is already a significant problem, and the additional traffic created by this project will create extreme danger in the case of fire or other disasters. Also, the analysis of the traffic resulting from the huge indoor mountain adventure park is based on faulty assumptions. The permanent impact to the natural environment and visual resources of Squaw Valley, including the light pollution and the construction noise pollution for 25 years or more, will impair the beauty of this area for all future generations. The feedback on the draft EIR from residents, local businesses, environmental groups, and legal advocates was overwhelmingly negative and provided specific, serious issues that needed to be studied and addressed. Yet the final EIR has incorporated very little change and has not addressed the majority of issues identified. The EIR fails to adequately address the impact to sensitive habitats and species in the area, including the impact to Squaw Creek, Truckee River, and Lake Tahoe. The EIR also fails to address many issues raised with respect to the impact of this expanded resort on greenhouse gas emissions. In addition, the EIR is not nearly detailed enough to enable approval of this very specific development plan in Squaw Valley. As a result, approval of this EIR by the county, I believe, would be in violation of CEQA. Finally, the separation or piecemealing of development plans by KSL between Squaw Village and the gondola is unacceptable. The expansion of squaw bedrooms leads KSL to propose a gondola to take a portion of the incremental skiers to Alpine Meadows Resort. But the EIR for the gondola, which has significant impact on forest and wilderness areas, is being proposed separately from the EIR for Squaw Village. Please consider this.
Thank you.
In summary, in addition to many significant flaws in the EIR, I believe KSL and the county, if it approves this EIR, fail to recognize the tipping point in overdevelopment. Many of the key aspects people enjoy about Squaw and Alpine are likely to be destroyed by the current proposed development plans. The over-commercialization, increased traffic is likely to ultimately result in reduced usage and reduced property values. The environment will already have been permanently impaired, but KSL will have made their money selling their condos.
Thank you.
Mike Kirkpatrick, Klaus Burmeister, Rickday Burmeister.
What page are we on?
4.
How many? 7, 8.
9.
We have about 40 to go. 40? It's another 2 hours.
Please step forward and state your name for the record.
For the record, my name is Klaus Burmeister. I'm here to speak against the development. I listened very carefully, and I must say I was very, very impressed by the quality of so many contributions. It's quite remarkable. I have some experience in hearings, not in these hearings. I'm a lawyer by training, so I hear a lot of arguments, and those are often much less sophisticated and detailed and fact-oriented. I listened very carefully also to the proponents, and Andy Worth in particular, and let's make Squaw Valley great again seemed to be the statement that is dangerously close to another statement that one hears many times these days. And he mentioned what the focus is of his operations, and he said customers, his team or staff, and stewardship of the land. Now, in addition to being a lawyer, I'm also a businessman, an investor. And so, those make total sense to me. In my business, I do that too. It's my customers, my service, my people, my employees, and also my facilities, so I have to take care of them. And there's nothing wrong with that. But what is wrong with that is that there's something missing, the community. I think you, as a planning commission, have the obligation to really look for the overall benefit of the community that's affected by this. And if you look at that, it seems to me that KSL is proposing is like the joint venture between a chicken and a pig. So the chicken, KSL in this case, would propose, let's make an omelet I provide the eggs, and you provide the bacon. And what I mean with that is, many of the people arguing today have pointed out what happens if the project succeeds, and have pointed out all the negative impacts of that. Now maybe that's my lawyer background, always look at what happens if it fails. And if it fails, we have destroyed the ability to have a prospering, valiant, productive village here in the mountains, because we have destroyed what was there, what could have been the heart and soul of that village. What eventually you might end up with is a ghost town. And I'm not making this up. This has happened in Europe, and you hear from my accent that I'm European by origin. I have skied in many different areas before I settled here in California, and I've skied here for 33 years, I think. But many of the European ski resorts made the same mistake. They did overdevelop. And now you have these areas where the locals go around among ghost towns. You can never repair that. You will have people, that have to move on because they cannot really live a decent life there. And that is what I'm warning against.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, my name is Rieke Burmeister, and I would like to address you as the commissioners, because we are in this district people who put our trust in you. And I think we really heard from all sides the numbers, and I think there are lies, there are big lies, there are statistics. I think we can work everything different ways. But I think your job and our job as the community is to really see our future. What is it that we see in 5 years and 10 years and so forth? Personally, I think everybody who knows me would say I'm super optimistic. But there's one thing I'm not optimistic about, and that's the weather. I'm not optimistic that in our lifetime we will see one winter after another. I'm also not optimistic that when we actually draw that water, that we can predict where we take it from. There's a scientific study in this overshoot day. That means the whole world, the whole planet, has an ability to replenish what we fish, what we kill, what we harvest. And we reached over in 1971, we already reached our replenishing in the beginning of December. This year, we reached it last Monday. On Monday, August 8, 2016, the whole Earth already reached its renewable capacity. So that means if we draw water here, it doesn't matter because we already used too much. And I want you as a commission to really look into this. We are not just one little community that complains about redevelopment, because we want this to be beautiful, we want this to be viable. But we do not want to add to all the other components that are being redeveloped and overdeveloped. We want also a refuge. We want for people who live in urban areas to go to places that are not urban. We have 4 children, and all our 4 children spend from winter in November until April, every weekend up in the mountains. We didn't have an aquatic park or anything. If there was bad weather, we played games. Our 4 children are now back in San Francisco, and they all live under one roof by choice. And I want to say it is because of the outdoors, because they had the opportunity to go out and be in nature. And I want you as commissioners to reserve these places and to think of Lake Tower, of this bigger area, of the beauty that we want to conserve, because this is your community, this is our community, and this is also your work area. You can only have the job as long as this community functions. So please do the right thing, everybody, and look into the future.
Alex Landsberg, Stephanie Oliveri, Ronnie Colby, Ellie Waller.
Good evening, planning commissioners. In case anyone's keeping track, we're at the top of page 4 now on the list. My name is Alex Landsberg. I guess in keeping with everyone else, I first skied or snowboarded squaw about 20 years ago. I think I've been back once to do it again. I'm here representing Carpenters Local 1789, and I want to piggyback off of some of the comments that Joe Imbach made a little bit earlier. He was talking specifically about the discussions between KSL and the Carpenters Union in ensuring that the workforce, that the people who are actually going to build this thing are going to be paid family supportable wages that they can actually live in this community. And I think listening to that and listening to what everyone else has been talking about, at least on the opposed side, you know, we talk about the EIR, all the environmental impacts. There's no point in my repeating everything that you've heard today. It's not going to make any difference. But I do want to step back and want to put it within a broader context. And the context is one of respect. I mean, the way the developer has worked with community groups, with local communities, all the various entities with whom they cannot buy off with a small amount of money, has actually been quite disrespectful. There's been disrespect of the environment, as we've heard extensively, and I guess summarized by Attorney General Kamala Harris. There's thorough disrespect of the neighboring communities, and there's also ultimately disrespect of the workforce. You know, one of the things that I was incredibly interested in. I'm a planner by background, so I was interested in the jobs housing arrangements here. There's clearly not going to be enough affordable housing. One of the comments submitted by Mr. Drury's organization, Trust, spoke about the induced economic impacts over there. Well, if you listen to the response to comments, it's basically, yeah, well, you guys will have to make that, you'll have to figure something out down the line. If you look at comments, response to comments 12A and B, it essentially says, we identified that it's going to be a significant unavoidable impact. Sure, there's not enough housing in the immediate area. Maybe they'll go to Reno. Maybe they'll go to Truckee, even though there's a 0.4% vacancy rate for what's affordable housing. Yeah, we're not going to build enough. Maybe they'll figure it out. As far as whatever impacts there are going to be on neighboring businesses in terms of whether or not there's going to be induced growth from all the economic activity, or if it's going to actually suck money out of these surrounding communities and keep it all contained. Again, it's a shoulder shrug. It's like, you guys will figure it out. And by you guys, I mean actually the Planning Commission. They want to defer answering any of these questions. And ultimately, that goes back to what we're talking about. They don't have any respect for this local community except as a resource to be extracted. That's it. Thank you.
Stephanie Oliveri, Ronnie Colby, Ellie Waller, Jennifer Kwashnick. Please step forward.
Good evening. Ellie Waller, Tahoe Vista resident, member of the Tahoe Basin Area Plan team. I'll get straight to the point. Maybe, just maybe, it's time to say the M word. Yes, moratorium, with exceptions for residential and affordable housing, public service, and other necessary health and safety facilities. We're headed that way. Placer County staff must provide an accurate accountability of current and near-term known projects in the pipeline and cumulative effects of the proposed impacts on the Tahoe Basin and the surrounding region in assurance of non-exceedance of Tahoe Basin thresholds and regional carrying capacity issues. The public has recently been before you on several projects, most recently Martis Valley West. You chose wisely to deny. This project has more unavoidable and significant impacts, very similar to Martis Valley West. You should vote no today as proposed. I suggest to you, with the exceedance of almost coming close to the 10% VMT at the Tahoe Basin, with the proposed increased development of Martis Valley, with the North Star Master Plan, which you're yet to hear, Martis Valley West specific plan, possibly a 550-unit campground, the Tahoe Basin Area Plan, and of course, the Village of Squaw Valley before you today. Most of these projects before you lack sustainable solutions for sustainable base solutions for mitigation. As previously in my public comment, Clem Shute and Bill Yates, environmental attorneys, Tahoe Regional Plan Governing Board members, stated and expressed concerns about the increased traffic, vehicle miles traveled, and level service, and the lack of out-of-box solutions by Placer County for these projects. They related this is a poor choice. Furthermore, to strengthen the argument today, well, maybe I'll skip that one because I'm getting close here. As you commissioners must ask yourself, how close are we to the carrying capacity of this region? You have a challenging, complex equation balancing all the Placer County proposed growth requests, a conundrum of inside versus outside the Tahoe Basin growth. We, the public, have formally requested the definition of carrying capacity and build out to no available. I am asking you today to ask staff to provide this accountability of current and near-term projects so we don't have to ask for the M word. I ask you to deny this project as proposed.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Ronnie Colby, and I live in Truckee. I'd like to thank you for critically thinking today and doing so in the spirit of this democracy, chaotic as it may be. I'm a skier, longtime skier, and so when I hear and think of snow, I think of water, and that's what I'd like to talk to you about today. The most fundamental issue complicating this development is the long-term water availability for the proposed village at Squaw Valley. Currently, the existing average annual demand for Squaw Valley is 871 acre-feet per year. With the proposed development, including a 90,000 square foot water park, the projected average annual demand at complete build-out in 2040 is 1,254 acre-feet per year, the majority of which is expected to be provided by the Olympic Valley Aquifer. The total projected water demand represents a 44% increase over the average annual volume of 871 acre-feet per year currently used in Olympic Valley, and a 48% increase over the current annual average groundwater production from the basin. That's from the report. In concluding that the Olympic Valley Aquifer is adequate to provide water at full build-out in 2040, the WSA modeled water availability and demand using data from 1993 to 2014. These data were the most complete and relevant to future projections. However, when put into the context of the past century, the 11-year study period contains 7 of the 20 wettest years since 1921 and only 1 of the 20 driest years. And this is as compiled by Dr. Benjamin Hatchett, UNR. Despite California's recent drought, the WSA's 11-year study period actually represents a relatively wet phase compared to recent California history. And as such, its model projections are very highly likely to overrepresent the long-term water availability in Olympic Valley, even within the range of full build-out, which is almost 25 years from present. Further projections beyond 2040 are likely to be even more flawed. Thus, the conclusion by the WSA that there is adequate water supply for full build-out is unreliable for the 2040 projection, and even less so beyond 2040. And it is worth noting that a slide entitled "Percent Saturation of All Wells 2040," that slide shows a long-term, from 1993 to 2014, that slide shows a decreasing level of water available. Finally, you have the Attorney General's recommendation with regard to traffic and the emergency evacuation hazards. That cannot be overstated. I know that you're sensitive to that, and I hope that that frames a majority of your deliberations. And I will spare you reading that letter since it just came out on August 9th. Thank you very much for your conscious consideration.
Thank you.
Jennifer Kwashnick, Troy Caldwell, Tracy Chang, Henry Smart.
Hi, Jennifer Kwashnick had to leave. She is here representing the Friends of West Shore and the Tahoe Area Sierra Club. They are asking you to deny this project as proposed. They have turned in comprehensive comments to back up their denial request. Sorry, they couldn't be here.
Thank you.
Please step forward. Next speaker, please step forward.
Honorable Commissioners, I know you've heard it all. You've been thanked many times, but thank you again for your time. My name is Troy Caldwell. I'm a property owner in Squaw Valley and Alpine Meadows. It's a large property that folds over into both valleys, notably Alpine the Five Lakes Ski or Five Lakes Trail. I'm a long-term resident, 47 years in Tahoe here. I thank all the people, the staff, the applicant, all our expertise that have been involved in our studies here, all our community leaders, all the people that have taken their time to make such a thorough investigation of this particular project. I'm a layman. I'm not a scientist. I have to rely on the EIR information as to being accurate. I got to believe in the system. I have many friends that are wearing purple shirts today. I have many friends that are wearing white shirts today. I guess my goal is to make pink shirts here eventually. So we would like to get the community back together and get past this particular phase. I do believe that we've made the compromises from both sides, and we are sitting and looking at a project that I approve of. I hope that the commissioners can weigh all that out, all the information that they've heard today. I'm in support of the project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners, for the opportunity to speak in front of you today. My name is Tracy Chang, and I've been lucky enough to live in Tahoe for over half of my life. I worked in the ski industry the entire time I've lived here. I'm passionate about what I do, but even more passionate about where I live. In the ski industry, we analyze skier behavior and overall trends within the industry. And a few trends that I want to share that we're seeing across the current landscape. First is the ski business has never been this competitive. Over 90% of the ski areas in the US, that's 425 out of the 470, are not profitable, and 31% are not going to make it. The few that are thriving, the handful that are thriving, like Park City, Whistler, Steamboat, continue to invest and reinvest in their resort communities. And secondly, it keeps getting easier for people to travel to these mountain communities. The airport and flight time from SFO to Park City is not that much longer than driving from San Francisco to Lake Tahoe. And we're losing some of our regional skiers to these mountain destinations. The third trend backs that up. The overall skier visitation to Lake Tahoe, both regional and destination, continues to decline. There's a place not even 100 miles south of Tahoe called Bear Valley Ski Area. Many people probably never heard of it, and the people that have heard of it might be thinking of Bear Mountain in Southern California. In the late 60s and 70s, Bear Valley was considered a hot spot for San Francisco and LA. If you visit the lodge today, you'll see pictures of Clint Eastwood and other prominent actors and musicians vacationing in Bear Valley. But today it's a dead ski resort. Its skier visitation continues to decline, and they're facing enormous maintenance issues. It's probably one of the 31% that's not going to make it, and their community would love for the financial support to make their town vibrant again. I think we all either progress or regress, and I fully support the village redevelopment plan. I believe it's a plan to responsibly progress Squaw Valley and North Lake Tahoe with amenities that will make this a more desirable community to live, work, and play in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Henry Smart. I'm from 1789. I'm a business owner, a landowner, and I personally knew the old man myself 5 years old. I was up there skiing, all that kind of stuff. They try to buy us off. The old man would never, never, never let this happen. And, you know, I did the TI on Squaw One, his pet project. He remembered me. He loved the place. He wanted it to be developed, but the development doesn't work. It's either too small or too big. But for him to try, or the corporation to try and buy us off, you're kidding, right? You're kidding? You know, the environmental impact, everything else, everybody's been developing around. They need to develop out there at Squaw, but they don't need to do it this way. They need to take it back to the drawing board, and they need to come up with a feasible plan that really works for our community, our children, and the future of this lake.
Thank you.
Spencer Block, Chris Barrett, Jamie Scheckman, Steve Hansen. Any one of you please step forward?
My name is Spencer Block, and ever since purchasing a dwelling at Squaw Valley in 1971, my wife and I have understood that developing Squaw Valley into a large revenue source for Placer County has been a high priority for the supervisors. And even if you can live with KSL having essentially dismissed all outside input in favor of their relentless effort to jam a large square peg into a smaller round hole, to grant the entitlements they are requesting leaves the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors facing the proverbial biblical dilemma, paraphrased as, what profits a person if he or she gains the world but loses one's soul? In this case, gaining the world amounts to succumbing to KSL's intimations of maximizing income for the county. And losing one's soul is the cost if so acceding to a KSL requires forsaking your other vital roles and responsibilities, including those as guardians and protectors of features of this area that make it uniquely desirable amongst resorts and for residents of Northern California. This is particularly relevant since there's no guarantee that it will provide the huge revenue source touted, especially since KSL tends to sell it off piecemeal, maximize their gain, and be long gone without responsibility for seeing it through the build-out. To sell out Squaw Valley on the basis of such a hope, prayer, and promise will forever rest heavily on the shoulders of the current planning commissioners and supervisors. KSL does not warrant consideration of any entitlements until they return with a plan suitable for this area and not simply an oversized cookie-cutter knockoff of other resorts by creating in their worlds a world-class vibrant village with high-energy offerings to compete. Squaw Valley and you yourselves are worthy of more than that and deserve better from KSL. Lastly, just a word more about something that had been mentioned some time ago, and that is that we deserve better than having toxic and potentially dangerous propane and other fuel tanks shoved into Area 19 next to the creek in our backyard, our objections to which were given pro forma response about following legal codes for dangerous materials. That misses the basic point of exposing us unnecessarily to dangerous explosions and everyone downstream to toxic spillage. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Jamie Scheckman. I've been a resident since 1987. First, I want to tip my hat to all of you for your public service. It's getting late. Thank you. This project comes down to approving or denying based on financial interest versus the quality of life. If you take a look at everyone that has supported the project today, They all have a vested interest. We're talking about real estate agents, sponsored athletes, paid lobbyists, employees, senior leadership, second homeowners, landowners, the man in the middle, etc. So just last week, the applicant came forward and mentioned that there was going to be a $7.5 million fund that would be dangled, as one local blogger said, if it was approved. That's now, as of today, it's now a $15 million fund. The reality is there's over 20 unavoidable and significant impacts, and we owe it to our future generations to protect Squaw Valley from urban sprawl. Therefore, I urge the Planning Commission to do the right thing and follow the recommendation of the Squaw Valley Municipal Advisory Council and deny the project as is. Thank you.
Steve Hansen, Mark Calhoun, Jeff Heckerman, John Pasty.
Commissioners, fellow citizens, thank you for having and allowing me to speak. It's an awkward situation for me because I've lived here since 1956.
Could you please state your name for the record? I'm
Mark
sorry.
Calhoun.
Thank you.
Sorry. I've lived here since 1956. My family moved here, and we owned Deer Park Lodge, which is now River Ranch, and went to school here at Tall Lake School, and have been involved in the community. I was on the North Tahoe Regional Advisory Council for 8 years. I was a founding member of the Resort Association Board. My wife and I founded the Lake of the Sky Garden Club. There's a lot of things that we've done in the community. We currently don't live here full time. We live down in Grass Valley because we wanted to create a self-sufficient, sustainable living model. So we have managed to prove to ourselves that we can live here on planet Earth as without being a parasite, and that was important to me to prove, at least before I leave this planet. And so it's kind of awkward for me in this position that I also own the grocery store in Squaw Valley in the village, and I also own the liquor store in the village. And I've owned these stores since 1983. The Community Whole Foods Markets, and I named them community for a specific purpose, having grown up here with small stores, Kehoe's, Jack and Denny's, and the village store. No Safeway, no Save Mart. It was a whole different planet here. And so I care about my community, and very, very deeply. And I can remember when they first proposed the village, and well, let's go back one step. It was the resort at Squaw Creek. And I was very highly opposed to that project at the time, primarily because of their imposition on the meadow with the golf course. And then the village came along. And I've always been supportive of a destination resort where people could come and stay and not have to leave every day. And so I watched the village being built, and I was solicited to move over there. I was at that time next to the post office. And they wanted me to come over, and I first resisted it, but I did. But since I've been there, the thing I want to impress on everybody here is that it's created a village. You know, it's really created a community. We have a community in Squaw Valley as a result of that village. I mean, I think Rob knows that. We come, we go for the music, we come into the store, we talk about things. We have a village. And the village isn't complete. It never was finished. And it's not viable right now. I know because I'm a business person there and I've been there for 11 years. It's not viable. It has to be finished. I'm not saying how much it has to be built to be finished, but it needs to be finished. I have problems with the project. I'll finish in 2 seconds. I have problems with the distribution being done out there. I have problems with the grocery store being out at the east parcel. And I have some serious issues with affordable housing and transportation. I think they can be worked out, but I think we can figure this out. This is important that it get finished, because it's not a completed village as it is right now. Thank you for your time.
One of the best.
Steve Hansen, Jeff Heckerman, John Patsy Meyer, Maya Barani, Cira Mancuso. Come on, excuse me, please step forward if I called your name.
Yeah, you don't have to be in the order that it was called if the other person doesn't show up. You can crowd.
I was waiting to see if they were going to show up or not. My name is Ciro Mancuso. I live in Squaw Valley. I work in Truckee. I've been listening to both sides of this, and it kind of tears at one's heart when you know that everybody in this room is here because they love Squaw Valley. That's the common thread. And I'm hoping that after all is said and done, whether the project is approved or it's denied, or that the community can all come together and try to find a way to solve the problems, whether the applicant solves them or we have to step up as a community and solve them. I'm a developer and I work in Truckee, and I've worked in the affordable housing thing, and I realize that you can't put all of the responsibility of affordable housing, traffic mitigation on one developer and one project. In the big scope of things, what SQUA is asking for, I think, is very reasonable. And I want to just mention one thing, because I know the relationship between a developer and somebody that's ongoing and lives in the community and keeps working in the community, it's very important to establish credibility. And I want to say that actions speak louder than words. I can come up here and say to you all day long that I'm going to cure the ills of the haphazard development in Squaw Valley, and we're going to do that incrementally, and we're going to do that, you know, the community is going to step in. But when it comes down to somebody getting some skin in the game and actually doing it, it takes more than words, it takes actions. And what's really affected me over time, since the time that the current owners of Squaw have bought Squaw Valley, and believe me, I've raised my family there. I'm intimately involved in the skiing world and ski racing, and been to resorts all over the world. And one of my children has won more Olympic medals than anybody in the history, female, of the United States of America, for America and for Squaw Valley. So I think I know a little bit about what I'm talking about. But I want to talk about the changes that have been accomplished by this group and Andy Worth since they've come into town. And how about we can now ski both Alpine Meadows and Squaw Valley on one pass? Is there any value to that? And did they not do that? Maybe there's somebody that will say in here negatively that they did not. When they bought the area, the former owner couldn't even get a permit to do erosion control and build get-off stations and get-on stations. Instead, they brought in containers because they were in such disfavor with the local authorities. But I want to just say a couple of more things. The safety at Squaw Valley has been improved. The signage, the relationship with agencies, the relationship with the community. These guys listen to the community. It's been 400 meetings. It's in 4 or 5 years going through this process. Parking lot management, safety on the mountain, colliding ski runs, numerous things. I have a lot more things on my list. I know I'm going over my time and I'll leave. And I just implore you to listen to fact. Listen to what's real. Take the emotion out of it. Take the individual agendas out of it, and consider all that has been done to get this project approved and all they've gone through. And I believe it's a well-designed, well-thought-out project that addresses environmental issues, and it will make Squaw Valley a better place for my children and my grandchildren.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before you
you start the timer, I hope I will also get an extra full minute like Mr. Mancuso did. I think that would only be fair and reasonable.
If you need it.
Thank you. I hope I don't. Whenever you want to start the timer. My name is Maya Borhani. I grew up at Lake Tahoe. I live in Carnelian Bay, and I have lived here for the last 4 years full-time, and I have been here every weekend, spring vacation, winter vacation, summer vacation, in the rest of the 57 years before that. Perfect, he spoke before me and spoke of fact. Let me please offer you these thoughts. I teach public speaking at Lake Tahoe Community College on the South Shore. That means I teach rhetoric. We have heard a lot of rhetoric today, okay? One of the things we emphasize in the coursework is this, that we can talk about facts. Facts are facts. We can talk about opinion. That's an opinion. Then we can talk about an interpretation of a fact. They are three different things, okay, students? There have been a lot of interpretation of facts going on today, lauded off as fact. That is what is classically known as rhetoric. They've done a great job. They've painted a beautiful picture of how this thing might look, but that does not mean it is the actual point in fact of how it will come down. So I just want to make that clear to you. There have also been a lot of fallacies offered. Another thing we learn in the study of classical rhetoric and public speaking. Fallacies are when you mislead your audience by painting a beautiful picture or talking about things that have nothing to do with the fact of one thing that I would like to mention. I like to read. Segue there, bridge, okay? Interpretation of fact and fallacy does not cover the fact that when I read the comment letter submitted to you by the law firm of Shute, Mihaly, and Weinberger representing Sierra Watch, I was pretty disturbed, just as I have been, I have to say it, incredibly disgusted at so much of the fallacious rhetoric I have heard today from the proponent of this project. It strikes me how many instances of legal precedent already exist in regards to specific environmental impacts that this final EIR does not address properly or at all, or that the planners chose to ignore in their recommendation to approve said a proposal, including, as the attorney's letter stated, outright violation of state law and CEQA, outright violation of California Planning and Zoning and the Subdivision Map Act. Everything else that's been said today, and I see my 29 seconds ticking, but I get an extra 60, I hope. Everything else that has been said today has no meaning or matter or merit in the face of the fact that this is an illegal, not to mention incredibly irresponsible proposal as is. Thank you. I would like to ad lib now for my last few moments by mentioning also that the numerous, I'm so glad you're smiling, Commissioner Rakucci, because I hope that's because you appreciate my passion. I'm really, just let me finish up with my final paragraph. It's the least I believe I deserve. I followed up and read Placer County planners' staff report on this proposal and what I believe are their painfully mistaken, ludicrous, and egregious recommendations for your full approval of this project as it currently stands. Yes, sir, that's exactly what I said. It makes me question who they work for. Because if they can let this EIR come through and tell you, oh, it's all good, no problem, this and that, yada, yada. It's been a number of shell games, smoke and mirrors, rhetoric, fallacious rhetoric. Good rhetoric does not utilize fallacy. These proponents have not presented anything but fallacious rhetoric that is disturbing at the very least. And honestly, truly, I'm at a loss for words, except my final thing is a poem. It's not long. It's a short poem by Lew Welch, who walked away to his death in these Sierras, a beat poet of the generation of Gary Snyder. And we heard John Muir mentioned, let's not forget Mark Twain. Lew Welch said this, and I feel like this defines our developers, unfortunately, these people from Vail, Colorado, who are not going to care about our community. Lew Welch, and you have to slow down for poetry, so just give me a second. What strange pleasures do they get who'd wipe whole worlds out? Anything to end our lives, our wild idleness.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lynn Gibson. Keoki flag, Jeff Krautz, Ming Poon, Lynn Gibson, Keoki flag, Jeff Krautz, Ming Poo, Paul Batistas. Any one of you please step forward to the podium.
Well, she did more You're going to be held to 3 minutes.
Good evening.
You're going to be held to 3 minutes, or else we'll never get out of here. You're going to be held to 3 minutes, right? When that thing lights red, you quit.
No problem.
Everybody else from now on, or else we'll never get out of here.
My name is Jeff Kranz. I am the Executive Director for Creekside Charter and Squaw Prep Charter located at the base of Squaw Valley. To speak to the last speaker's point, I would like to talk about a couple of facts. We have 170 students that attend a free public charter at the base of Squaw Valley because of the generosity of Squaw. They don't do that. Thank you. Squaw does not give us that land because it benefits them financially. They give it to us because it's part of their community beliefs. As part of their continuous generosity, they allow us to use their boardroom for our meetings because we don't have the space. And in their board meeting is their values. And many of the people in this room don't always get to see that. But one of their values they talk about immensely and is written on their wall is community and what they give back to the community. As the executive director of a school that is located at Squaw, one of only 2 charter schools in the country that is located at a ski area, I feel that generosity every single day. It's not just words on a wall for them. I know that they believe it. I see it every day. I see it in the smiling kids that we have. And I see it in our test scores because we know, and John Muir has been mentioned a lot today, we know that a connection with nature does impact student learning. And we thank Squaw Valley for that. They're putting us forward every single day in the true efforts of John Muir by allowing our students to have that connection with nature in the way that they learn. So they're giving it forward. I don't know everything about the ERI or ESA or whatever it is called, but I can tell you this, that from a community perspective, Squaw gives to us and our school and to our students, and I know that they will continue to do that regardless of whether they get this proposal passed. And having sat here all day, a long time ago, a woman said that we were paid to be here. I am not paid to be here. I'm here. I gave up my day to give back to Squaw because they give so much to us. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ming Poon.
All right. Thank you very much to the council and everybody here for your time. My name is Ming Poon, and I'm a resident of Tahoe City. Previous to November of last year, I lived in China for about 5 years, and similar to what Mr. Obermeyer said, I also witnessed very, very poor development for various reasons, sometimes with nothing but good intent. And I think part of that was due to a lack of guardians such as yourselves, which puts a great weight on you, but that's why you've been elected in your position because of your...
We're just appointed. We can be unappointed.
All right. But I just want to bring up a short point about how it's not just in Europe. We're seeing those mistakes happening around the world, firsthand for myself. And I think that as a community, we have so many great leaders just in this room alone. And together, I think that we can come up with great solutions to at least meet everybody's needs, but not everybody's wants, perhaps. It's very difficult, I know, as you know. But the biggest thing is working together. And I know that in my brief history dealing with this, it's been a very passionate and heated topic on both sides. And I think that if we can come to more common ground, respecting each other's positions and opinions, that we can come up with a solution that works for both sides. With that said, the existing plan is flawed. The EIR is inconclusive. There are too many questions, and the risks are too great until those question marks are answered. you know, what's at stake is too great to proceed. I moved back here to, if I'm lucky, have a family, and I hope that they can experience squaw similarly the way that I did, and that I have, and I hope to continue to experience. And not just squaw, but the Tahoe area. You know, thinking of water parks, you know, I've learned to use nature, I feel, as it is, as it's natural water park, as its natural park for mountains, etc. And I think that we can teach our kids to do the same thing. And then going back to just one point about some friends that grew up here, the Polsons. I'm not speaking for all the Polsons, nor even my friends, but I can speak for Wayne and Glenn, who are close friends who have told me stories about how it was in squaw. And I've seen great sadness in their eyes. I've seen maybe some remorse, you know, and these are mountain men. And I hope that I can speak to my kids and with great pride in what we've decided to do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Paul Batistas, Sandy Hall, Michelle Hyen, Russell Polson, Melody Monk.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for being here. I wanted to tell you my name is Sandy Evans Hall, and I'm the CEO of the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association. The Resort Association is a chamber of commerce, and it's a convention and visitors bureau. And then we also have a lot to do with transportation and amenities and capital investments in all of eastern Placer County, so a pretty broad area. I wanted to let you know that our mission is to promote tourism and benefit business through efforts that enhance the economic, environmental, recreational, and cultural climate of North Lake Tahoe. And a couple of our strategic goals that we set in 2015 for 5 years, one of them is to have increased destination visitors coming here year-round in North Lake Tahoe by 10% in both summer and winter. We also said we wanted to have taken a leadership role in advocating and getting a transit vision put in place. And we're really excited that this has now been adopted as the Placer County Regional Transportation Plan, and we are working towards getting that funded and making that free and frequent transit service available to everyone. We also said we wanted improved tourism infrastructure in the valley. And we wanted to make sure that we have increased and expanded TOT in order to meet all of our other needs that we have in terms of our strategic goals. So we've got, as one of our #1 priorities in our tourism development master plan, which we just completed and had adopted in 2015 by the Board of Supervisors, that the transit vision is really one of the #1 priorities that we have. Another #1 priority is to really work on those destination visitors that come longer distance, but we want them to be able to come without a vehicle, we want them to be able to use our transportation from the airport, and we want them to be able to then have frequent free service to get them around. We know that 70% of our total lodging lies along our major corridors, and if we can get those people in a transit program, we'll be able to eliminate a lot of the vehicles off the road. So what I'm saying is that we know that we've got some issues in this area. They're not all to be solved by this one plan and this one project. But we think that working together over the course of the next 5 to 25 years, we're going to be able to make some real dents in solving both our transit problem, our affordable housing problem, and be able to have a great development that's going to draw those longer traveled tourists to our area who will spend more dollars and will be staying for a longer period of time. So I look at, what we can do in raising TOT through a new project in this area. And that's important to us because we use 60% of that TOT to benefit all of the North Lake Tahoe region that we look at. We have done great strides in our transportation service over the last 3 years. We are building trails. We are close to finishing an entire trail network that we'll be able to put in place. And we have taken over $30 million since we were incepted to almost $230 in leveraged TOT dollars that we've been able to put together for this entire area in capital improvements.
Thank you.
Hello, gentlemen. My name is Russell Polson. I was born and raised in Squaw Valley. At one point in time, my father owned the entire valley. Earlier, Andy spoke of the vision was for Squaw Valley having started in 1983. And I have a point of contention with that because my father had that vision when he first entered the valley back in the 20s and 30s. When he first made his first purchase, he purchased Squaw Valley with the goal of creating a destination resort. And I think that that's the key element that has to be taken away from the general plan, has to be taken away from his original vision for Squaw Valley, is that it needs to become a destination. And as it is right now, it's a half-baked transition or a destination resort. We're competing in a global marketplace. That global marketplace is going to fewer and fewer resorts, and we're losing that battle. Very important that we complete the village, that we complete Squaw Valley as a destination resort. And here's the real benefit of becoming a destination resort. When you are a destination resort, you lose the traffic. I've been aghast here listening to people talking about preserving the day skier. The day skier is the problem. The day skier is all the traffic. The destination resort customer comes in a bus, he comes in a shuttle, he comes in an Uber. No matter how he gets there, he doesn't have a car. He's not out clogging our roadways. He's staying in the village, and he's participating in the sports of the area. And in order to attract that customer, we're really looking for families. And in a family, not everybody skis. You've got grandparents, you've got children. Not everybody is there as a dyed-in-the-wool skier. So having some different amenities for those people is a very important attraction. So I support the village. I think that my father would have supported the village, and I hope that you approve that here today. Thank you very much.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Melody Monk. I'd like to thank you all for all that you do. I hope that you're listening to us. I have skied at Squaw since the late 60s. I moved here in '72 and own my home here. When I moved here, feeling very lucky to finally move to Tahoe, there was a moratorium to save our lake. And for all the development that's occurred between '72 and now, I don't hear much talk about saving our lake, and it's the jewel that people come here to see. People come from all over to see the lake, and we have tourists here for that reason. Squaw Valley, I think, is a ski area, and I hope that it stays that way. It's a great mountain, we're lucky to have it, but I don't think overdevelopment is really a good thing. I'm concerned after hearing about the wells, that the wells are just proposed wells and that we don't know how much water is in any additional aquifers that they're basing all of this development on, and if I were living in Squaw Valley, I'd be extremely upset. The traffic is a huge issue. People come here, but they don't seem to come in shuttles or buses. They drive their cars, and they don't seem to leave their cars at home and come on the buses. They drive to Squaw. So there's a lot of traffic. I know they don't stay in the valley. They go to see the lake, and in Tahoe City in the summer, traffic from Tahoe City to the top of Dollar Hill is blocked. And I heard one of the Sacramento attorneys, maybe you guys are used to the traffic, but he said, you know, it's not much, it's only gonna be 3 cars per minute. That's 180 cars per hour. That's a lot of traffic on our roads that are just 2-lane roads. Also, when I go skiing all the time at Squaw, and I worked there for 4 years when I was first up here too as well as 18 years at the district attorney's office, and I also worked as Larry Sevison's secretary at TTSA back in the day. I don't want to see the valley raped. I don't know. I would recommend to everyone to go read the book Downhill Slide or Downward Slide. It's a story about Vail and how they developed it so that only the upper class people with money could afford to live there, and then they wouldn't allow the ski area to build employee housing, so the employees all had to live in the next town over. So all the businesses, the bars, the restaurants that had been there for years went out of business because there was no one coming to drink after getting off job at work. So please, I'm hoping that you will listen to us, and with all the fears and dangers that we're facing up here in this small area. It's a unique urban area. We all love being here. We all moved here to get away from the city. And the people that come from the city don't want to see another South Shore or another over in Martis Valley, the ski area over there, North Star. They want to see a little mountain resort, and they want to come with their children. They can't afford $300 rooms at Squaw. They want to see some of the small motels that they can stay at. So I hope that you'll protect us and take care of us, please. Thank you.
David Wadley, Todd Pitcher, Lynn McClellan, Peter Grant, Jay Anderson.
We didn't hear you. That was very muffled.
Sure. David Wadley, Todd Pitcher, Lynn McClellan, Peter Grant, Jay Anderson. Any order. Please step forward.
Whoever gets up there first now, that'll be the new rule.
Good evening. My name is Peter Grant. I would like to thank the Planning Commission for the opportunity to speak before you today. I am a 36-year resident of Lake Tahoe. I moved here in 1980 to ski for 1 year, and like so many locals, just never left. Today in Squaw Valley, I am a business owner, a property owner, and I have spent my entire career redeveloping failing or obsolete real estate projects both in Squaw Valley and around Lake Tahoe. I am here on behalf of the Homeowners Association of the Red Wolf Lodge at Squaw Valley, an association of 2,300 homeowners, of which I am the board president, to express our support for this project as it is proposed. We view this project as a desirable redevelopment opportunity that, among many other benefits, would remove nearly 3 million square feet of dilapidated asphalt and restore Squaw Creek. We also believe this to be a project that clearly fits within the framework of Placer County's vision for Squaw Valley as outlined in the 1983 general plan. The Red Wolf Lodge is located at the heart of the highest density portion of the proposed project. At the beginning of this process, our association board entered into an ongoing 4-year dialogue with the proponent to address our various concerns and issues, and we had them. Throughout our discussions with Squaw Valley Ski Holdings, they have been responsive, forthcoming, equitable, and professional. Chevis Hosey primarily in my dealings. After many years of difficult dealings with the original ownership of Squaw Valley, this has been a refreshing change. In the end, Squaw Valley Ski Holdings has addressed the majority of our concerns to our satisfaction. Over this same 4-year period, we feel the project has evolved for the better. Scale, height, and massing have all been reduced significantly, and the proponent has proposed extensive community-wide benefits that will greatly benefit Squaw Valley for the foreseeable future. This is the result of a superbly conducted 4-year public process. This includes an excellent planning effort by Alex Fish and the planning department, an exhaustive involvement by the local community, particularly David Stepner, Ed Hendeveld, the Design Review Committee, and many, many others, that has clearly refined and improved all corners of this project, and a developer that has been engaged from the beginning and listened and responded to the concerns and interests of the Valley stakeholders. Finally, recently I reread the general plan, riveting stuff. Placer County's 1983 vision for the future of Squaw Valley, most of which, for myriad reasons, after 33 years remains unrealized. This project clearly fulfills much of the general plan's goals and objectives, and at approximately 40% of the maximum scale, it is significantly smaller in scope than it could be. And yes, there are impacts, but this plan could not have been implemented without anticipating those impacts and the need to manage and mitigate them. Otherwise, how could the plan's vision ever be realized? It begs the question, if not this project, then what? When? Again, I would like to commend the Placer County Planning Department and everybody that has participated in this excellent public process. And to the commissioners, thank you again for your time. The Red Wolf Lodge Homeowners Association encourages your support of this excellent redevelopment opportunity.
Thank you.
Jay Anderson, Lori Oberholter, Rick Stevens, Mike Livak, Judy Terenzi. Anybody here?
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Mike Livak, and I'm the Executive Vice President of Squaw Valley and Alpine Meadows. I've worked at Squaw for 25 years in positions ranging from janitor to ski instructor to general manager. I had the fortune, and I'm proud of this relationship, to work closely with Alex Cushing, Nancy Cushing, the founder of the resort, one of the presidents, John Buckman, who operated the resort for 45 years, Tom Richardson, Jim Mott, past presidents, and Hans Burkhardt, former general manager who built most of the lifts at Squaw. I've served as the director of the company for 10 years, so I suppose I'm one of the people who helped to build the Squaw Valley that some people believe is true. Like many others, my involvement at Squaw Valley has allowed me to be a part of this wonderful community and to raise a family here. And my interest in the future of Squaw Valley goes far beyond this proposal. I would like to speak to the consistency of the specific plan proposal with the history, ethos, and spirit of Squaw. Some have suggested that this project is at odds with the character of Squaw. Since 1946, before the first paved road existed in Squaw Valley, Cushing took steps to make this place a magnificent, internationally famous resort. He made great strides in bringing the 8th Olympic Winter Games here, despite, yes, opposition to that endeavor as well. He wanted to develop Squaw in a manner to compete with the best resorts in the world. Who can forget his appellation for High Camp as the 8th wonder of the world? Now, we are greeted by a group that feigns surprise about these long-held objectives or tries to attribute them to subsequent owners. But I can guarantee you, through personal knowledge, that Cushing wanted to develop Squaw in a superior manner for more than 65 years as a world-class resort. Cushing and our predecessors, the giants who built Squaw, did not have an opportunity to fully realize their dreams, but now we do have that opportunity. Most of the opponents in this room have not supported Squaw Valley development or improvement endeavors over the past 25 years, and I've been a part of many of them. From Granite Chief, to High Camp, to Red Dog, to the Squaw Creek chairs, to snowmaking, to the resort at Squaw Creek, the KT-22 detachable chair, the existing village, the headwall detachable, or the Gold Coast chair, all have had opponents. The Keep Squaw True movement is disingenuous. These folks are antagonists to Squaw now, and they were antagonists to Squaw back when they claim it was true. The attempt to co-opt Cushing's trademark color, which, by the way, was never purple, it was mauve, in order to halt the progress of his dream is downright offensive. There are people who want Squaw Valley to remain the same, but that is an illusory goal. We have two options, and that is to improve or to decline. Who would dare pick the few years when nothing was changed or improved at Squaw Valley and suggest that these anomalies typified the greatness of Squaw Valley? One more sentence. Cushing said, "It's like being a sculptor. It's your life, and it takes everything you've got. And whatever you think of me, it's all there for everyone to see. And judging by the fervor in this room, our team has done a pretty good job, despite the opposition to virtually every improvement we've tried to complete. Please allow us to complete our vision."
That's a hard act to follow. My name is Lori Oberholzer, and I'm an environmental planner working for Friends of Squaw Valley. For over 30 years, I've worked throughout Northern California and the Sierras preparing planning documents and environmental impact reports. And I was a planning commissioner also for 10 years in Nevada City, so I know what you folks are going through. Never reviewed as a planning commissioner anything this large. During this 30 years, I've seen many projects and their EIRs come before planning commissions. And so I am sure that because of the scale of this and the magnificent setting that this project is proposed in, that you're really feeling the burden of that responsibility, and I really respect what you're doing. The EIR before you identifies a multitude of impacts and other impacts that we feel were not fully identified. But based on what we do have before us, we are here to tell you that we think there is clearly a better project out there to address the 20 unavoidable impacts that have been identified in the EIR. Some of these impacts regard the big planning issues of our time, including global warming and housing issues, cumulative issues that have been talked a little bit about today, and I'm going to spend my time talking about cumulative issues. These cumulative issues are the kinds of impacts that will affect the future of the basin for the next 50 to 100 years. And I think there's been a couple of speakers that were a little bit dismissive about them today, but really they're clearly some of the most important issues that you will have to deal with as a planning commission. It's really easy to, as commissioners, to dismiss cumulative impacts with the thought that, oh, well, this project is just a small part of that impact, or we really can't control that, or, well, it's already so bad, what can we do? And what we're asking you to do is please don't throw up your hands at the cumulative issues. They're really important. Please persevere on these impacts. There are 10 cumulative unavoidable impacts. We don't consider them double counted in the EIR. And they're just as important under CEQA. I personally think they're more important than just project alone impacts. These are the hard advanced planning issues that we count on you as planning commissioners to tackle. Like, how can we avoid perpetual traffic gridlock? And are we approving a project that is business as usual, or one that will be at the forefront of tackling global warming issues? These cumulative issues bring up the question of what, am I done?
Yep.
Of what actually is our carrying capacity in the valley and the entire basin. Friends of Squaw Valley has made a few recommendations on these issues that we hope you'll look at, including instead of the 20-year phasing plan, adopting just a 10-year phase one. We think that this is a very practical approach that we would like you to look at. This has been a long process. At this point, we think all things point to a no vote. We feel that we need to go back to the drawing board and craft a project that will recognize the need to identify new planning approaches to projects of this scale with basin-wide impacts. And we're asking you to please vote no on the EIR as well as the project. Thank you.
Judy Tornesi, Victoria Monteleone, Edward Torres, Kevin Wall, Nick Fry. Okay, I'm going to keep going.
Howdy.
Hi.
Man, it's late. Thanks for staying. Right on. Stoked to be here. I'm Victoria Monteleone, and I live and work in Squaw Valley. I'm coming more from a place of quality of life. I'm speaking on behalf of the biotic community, meaning the land and all of its creatures that couldn't make it here today because they're bears and coyotes, and there's clearly a language barrier there. There's a lot of people in white shirts here that I love and respect deeply. So I work with them. I see them every day. I totally see where they're coming from. And Andy, I love you. Got nothing but love for you. You're the man. So don't take this personally. But I'm not here to support the proposal.
I guess not by the shirt you're wearing.
But I do, however, realize that some kind of development is inevitable and even necessary to a degree. So what I'm just asking is to reconsider, revise the EIR, and that when going forth with any development in the future, that we do so with a conscious regard for our wildlife and our people, and that we not only implement sound environmental practices while building, but also take responsibility for the impacts incurred from such heavy land use that is inevitable as well. By which I mean just cleaning up after ourselves, even if we have to take responsibility for the messes that our guests and visitors leave. Which I totally have a whole notebook full of ways we can do that if you want to talk about it sometime. Tomorrow, I have the day off. Yeah. We're all having a slightly different conversation about the same thing, so that's what makes all of this so difficult, and I see where everyone is coming from, and I super appreciate all of the research everyone's done on both ends. And the science behind the research is that's highlighting the dangers of the development. It's pretty clear, and I also understand that a lot of people just don't care about those dangers, and that's pretty wild to me, to completely disregard the health of the people and the wildlife and the land. Where I'm coming from is pretty personal. My experiences in squaw, I love squaw so much. I've taken it upon myself to clean it up on my own. Before work, I'll go down to the creek and pick up trash. There's an insane amount of trash down there, and I'll grab some trash bags and just do it myself. And who's taking responsibility for this other than me? You know, and the KSL has talked about creek restoration, but so far has turned a blind eye to acknowledging that we are in a vital part of the watershed already right now. So I don't know how you can justify accommodating to even more people when we aren't taking responsibility for the impacts incurred on the land by the amount of people we accommodate already. Darn it.
There you go. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Hi, my name is Nick Fry. I moved here to North Lake Tahoe in 2004 to ski and work at Squaw Valley as a patrolman. Squaw actually inspired that big move away from home, eschewing conventional lifestyles and living a life less about monetary and physical possessions and more about the experiences of an active lifestyle in the beautiful mountains of the Tahoe area. Though I no longer work at Squaw Valley, I still care a great deal about its future and the impact it's going to have on North Lake Tahoe. Unfortunately, I feel the EIR has focused too heavily on Squaw Valley as a small bubble and hasn't looked properly at the entire North Lake area and needs to be adjusted or reviewed again to assess the impacts it's going to have on the lake. Also, I actually lived in a condo on Squaw Peak Road inside the development area, right across from Squaw Creek and the area where the heavy commercial is proposed. I can't imagine living next door to a propane tank farm located in a seismic and avalanche-prone area. At the very least, the safety of our sole water supply should outweigh the aesthetics, and the choice to locate it in such a vulnerable location speaks volumes about Squaw's true concerns for the community. I would, however, like to thank Andy Worth, KSL, SVRE, and others for inspiring my next big move. I'm headed back to school to become an economist and an attorney so that I can fight big money and lobbied interests. Let's not kid ourselves. This project is about big money, but we'll start with a small number, $15 million to be precise, or the amount of the money the applicant proposes will be added to the coffers of the newly proposed Squaw Valley Foundation from new sales. I had to double check this figure and even punched it into a calculator a couple times. That's $1 billion with a B in potential new real estate transfers. And the best part of that, this 1.5% tax on new sales, the applicant doesn't pay anything, the buyer does. For a company that claims not to be a development company, $1 billion in new real estate sales sounds an awful lot like a developer. I'd sure like to generate $1 billion in gross revenue from a side project myself. I wonder how long it would take to generate $1 billion in skier revenue by SVSH. Now, where is this money going to be spent? According to SVRE, targeted projects are transit, environmental mitigation, water management, and land conservation. I think that most of these issues are things an environmentally responsible steward like KSL and Andy Worth would do anyway. And in some cases, a developer should even be made responsible for. So in my mind, this is a clever way to generate public support from uninformed members of the public and transfer the cost of mitigating these issues to others. Also, who's going to decide how this money is spent? SVRE has already identified the board members. Where's the public input? Where is it?
Keep going.
I'm done.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. Thank you very much. My name is Kevin Wall. I live in Truckee. I am part of this big community called North Lake Tahoe Truckee. SQUA is a part of that. It is a major driving force for why we are all here. We're all very passionate about that valley and the lake and our neighborhood. It is one of the major economic things that drives our community. We are basically a company town that is based on tourism. This is what 90% of us are able to feed our kids, pay our house bill, do our things. We love it here. We want to see it continue to grow and thrive. Squaw Valley was supposed to be a world-class resort. It's been a tourist destination for 50 years, over 50 years. This is what it was supposed to be. I feel sorry for people that bought houses in a tourist destination and are upset about the way it's going to grow. It should grow. That is the way it should be. At least I feel that way. I think it needs to be done smartly. I think it needs to be done with the right ethos. I have been lucky enough to build and fix a couple of the things in the Squaw Renaissance. I gotta say, I've done things for North Star. I've done things pretty much all over the basin and the area. These guys care about what they do. They build things with the customer in mind and with the community in mind. I hope I get to do more. I've done other projects in the area. I've built affordable housing. I did some with Sierra. These are things that our community needs. This is a way to address some of it. As a builder, I know you rarely ever get a perfect project. Those don't exist because differing opinions. It could be a husband and wife. It could be a restaurant manager. It could be a resort in the community. It's a tough balance to find. From my limited opinion, I think they've worked hard to find one. I hope you decide to back it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Suzanne Gale. I scratched myself earlier because I didn't think I would be back from an appointment. I moved here as a Jersey girl 26 years ago, and my first job was at the Olympic Village Inn. And when I walked down the hall, the first rendering I saw on the wall was there was supposed to be a village here in Squaw. And I was very excited to hear that, and that was going to replace the dirty parking lot. I am very thankful to my mentors like Peter Grant and Greg Rankin, who have shown me the way to share this wonderful lifestyle with the families that, as a realtor now, I get to share this lifestyle and look forward to doing that for many generations to come as I see them enjoy our neighborhood, and despite the lack of amenities for them. I am hopeful that a village can come together. I trust in the process, and that the development agreements that you come to will address as conditions as the Intra-West one did, many things that need to be addressed. To Andy, I would like to ask that you initiate the transit things that you speak of, the intra-valley, ASAP. Do not wait. Show these people that it can work. And bring back the Timberline Twister.
Use your extra time. Good afternoon. My name is Edward Torres. I am a full-time permanent resident and homeowner in Squaw Valley Road since '93. I have no desire of moving from my remaining years here. A major concern is, everyone talks about the gridlock traffic being on Squaw Valley Road. I see it firsthand, especially during this busy weekends, 3 lanes, 6 to 8 hours a day. It's not just that, it's the dust and the noise levels, which already are serious issues along Squaw Valley Road to its neighbors and surrounding communities. This is especially a serious health issue to community when they set a 3rd lane for those busy weekends. Of significant concern is the cloud of dust created by the crystalline silica-based sounding. It blankets all the properties along Squaw Valley Road and surrounding neighborhoods. I literally have to take up my blower and pressure wash my home, decks, driveway, and auto after each big weekend. Per OSHA and American Lung Association, exposure can scar tissue in the lungs, creating breathing issues, cause cancer, and death. There is no cure for the disease, thus prevention is the only answer. All our health is at stake here. Anyone who lives along Squaw Valley Corridor, anyone who's driving down the road with the windows open, whatever. You know, it's my very life is at stake here. Yet the EIR used Fairway Drive behind Tahoe City as a comparable road in evaluating dust levels. How can that really be compared to Squaw Valley Road, which has to absorb upwards of tens of thousands of vehicle trips per day? The EIR is flawed in this one point, and I'm hearing on many other points too. Please take that into consideration. I also understand KSL is proposing a rubberized hot mix asphalt that will help to reduce road noise levels. While this is welcome upon first glance, there is concern for possible ill health effects of aerolizing those compounds. We've all seen those news stories of cancer cases for those exposed to these same compounds on the playfields. Do any of you remember when Highway 89 started to melt due to all the gridlock traffic during that one hot summer day? Yet there's no EIR report on that. I've been writing notes and changing things, but I found it interesting when the officer spoke about the safety of the highway. This side of the room plotted, this side of the room had a stone cold face. Same thing when the Save Lake Tahoe, they applaud stone cold face. These are the concerns we all should be concerned about. It's really political, and I don't really understand that temperament that comes sometimes in this half. I'm also disturbed how another person states how we are the day use people are the problems, pass holders. So I guess I've been the problem for the past 30 years as a season pass holder. I don't understand that. Am I a problem? No, you did. It wasn't your voice, so I'm just commenting. I do like Andy, and I do think they're doing a lot of great things. I'm not opposed to some development. I'm just asking to be reasonable about it. But let's look at all the environmental impact that's causing us and address that first, immediately. Thank you.
Next on the list is Jim Sadak, Dane Shannon, Chris Egger, Mike Willett, Tom Moores.
Hello, my name is Jim Sadak. I live in Tahoe City, and it's my understanding that most of the board members don't live here on a full-time basis. Is that correct? Okay, great. Excellent. Yeah, so get ready for another water park. So I want to inform you, as not being here on a regular basis, maybe not being too observant when you're in the area at a short time, is there's a huge misrepresentation of the truth that's been provided to you today. From law enforcement, fire department, so on and so forth. These agencies, CEOs, legal staff, legal counsel is misrepresenting the truth. And the reason I say that is on some of the past projects, having 2 emergency exits was the first thing you learned at fire school. Today, the statements were made, well, a second fire exit kind of causes a problem because now we have to monitor and assure the safety of the people on the second exit being able to get out. So they're switching the actual truth to support their stance on the project. One of the problems that I think we're faced with here with Squaw Valley, unfortunately, is that the infrastructure of the area at Squaw Valley and the Tahoe Basin is not adequate to support Squaw Valley necessarily being up there in a competitive environment with these other resorts, such as Vail and Whistler and so forth. And the reason I say that is these other resorts don't have this lake right here that we're trying to preserve and maintain this beautiful environment of the Tahoe Basin, and our highway system, 2 lanes coming in and 2 lanes going out. So we're basically like gridlocked with this environment, this lake that we're trying to protect, while everybody else is expanding and building all this infrastructure and summer projects and so forth to be competitive. I've got photos on my phone, and the only person that really stood out was the CHP. I've got photos on my phone of traffic backed up on Interstate 80 from this past winter with Caltrans putting signs up because it's a safety concern, stop traffic ahead. I also saw 2 CHP officers with full light sirens plugged up in the roundabout in Truckee, photos on my phone again, trying to get up to the Lake Tahoe area. Please do not approve this project until the infrastructure supports the growth.
Thank you.
I apologize. We're going to need to take a brief break for our recorder. I am sorry.
Sorry, we were going to announce it before you came up, and I forgot.
Will we convene in 10 minutes?
10 minutes.
10 minutes, please. Are you ready?
Yep, we're ready to go.
Let's go.
Our next speaker, please step to the mic. Don't forget to state your name for the record, please.
Hello, my name is Dane Shannon, and I just want to say that I love Squaw, I love Tahoe. I have a lot of friends that work here. I want this place to succeed. I want success. But let's be honest, North Lake Tahoe itself is the destination resort, not this little island in the middle. So when you talk about traffic, you have to include all of us in Tahoe City, the West Shore, Tahoe Donner. Everybody's still going to come into this valley. Everybody's still going to be here. People in the valley currently drive from less than a quarter mile away to the parking lot. So parking is a big issue. I've worked in the Squaw Valley parking lot when I first moved out here, and the passes were expensive back in the good old days. So I've seen how it works when cars roll in. It takes forever. People struggle to park. It's unbelievable. Now when you add a second story, it's going to back the traffic up even more. It's pretty ridiculous how bad the traffic's going to be. And the reason I'm up here talking is this winter, I was in a nasty ski accident at Squaw. Squaw was very professional. They got me down to first aid. A chopper was called. It was canceled because I could wiggle my feet, wiggle my hands. I was very fortunate in the overall of the injury. But once I got down to first aid, I had to wait for an ambulance. And it took forever. And it was a 3-lane system. And once the ambulance got there, it also took forever for me to leave the valley. And it took forever to go down the road. And I was very fortunate that everything turned out as well as it did for me. I did suffer traumatic brain injury. I suffered internal bleeding. I spent the night in the ICU. And this was in March. And so the traffic is serious. And I was fortunate to where I was not as hurt, or I was able to heal. And if you have a serious injury or a heart attack or something, like, these are significant to the people involved, their families, to anyone involved, and anyone. So to say that the traffic is not a significant impact is ridiculous. I felt it firsthand, waiting in traffic to get to the hospital, to spend time in the ER. And so I want the best for Squaw. I want to see everything move forward. I think there's a lot of infrastructure problems we need to work on. I think the project itself is too big to be sustainable. And I think that we need to address the size of this to move forward. They keep saying that it's not viable smaller, yet $15 million was brought up today to offer, as a, I don't know what the right word is, as a bribe to make it better. So obviously there's money there. It can be done better. I urge you guys to follow up, make this plan better, do what's best for the community, the whole community, the North Lake Tahoe Resort. Thanks.
Thank you.
My name is Chris Eger. I live in Tahoe City. And I think there's a lot of unacknowledged or underacknowledged common ground here. And part of the proposal, a lot of the proposal, deals with addressing some of these issues that everyone in this room, or most everyone, knows and realizes, recognizes is very important. So environmental issues, housing issues, transit issues. And there is this proposal, and part of this proposal addresses some of these issues. But I'd just like to urge you to consider that there are alternative ways to address these issues. Someone mentioned earlier that the Squaw Creek Friends of Squaw Creek has $1 million for environmental restoration or close to that. In the past several years, transit has been an issue. We've, as a community, but working with other agencies, government agencies, local businesses, we've had the Tahoe City Transit Center be completed, and also the stoplight at Alpine Meadows Road. And I think it requires collaborative efforts, which is what Squaw Valley is attempting to do here. But I think that we need to consider other ways and not to be swayed by this particular proposal. There are alternative ways to achieve these desirable ends, and it doesn't require approving the proposal as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Tom Moores. I'm Executive Director of Sierra Watch. I had prepared remarks to represent Sierra Watch, but I think Isaac and others have done such a good job of that. I'm just going to speak as myself, and I'm going to represent my family. You're getting a lot thrown at you today because a project of this size can have such tremendous impacts on everything from the availability of workforce housing to the brightness of stars in the night sky. But I'd like you to keep one big picture thing in place as you juggle all these details, and that's the place that we're talking about. Squaw Valley is a very special place where everyone can have that feeling where you pull into it and you see the meadow and you see the mountain. It's an iconic alpine canyon. And then there's Tahoe, even broader as a place, and everything that entails. And to a lot of us, Tahoe is a trust that we need to pass down to future generations. 100 years ago, my great-grandparents came here and built a cabin really just a few yards from where we are right now. 40 years ago, my mom was part of that generation that helped stop that ridiculous plan to ring Tahoe and double and triple bands of freeways, including one over the mouth of Emerald Bay. And they did those things so that we could have what we have today. And now I get to pass that on to my kids. Now, as a dad, I understand the appeal of water slides and arcades. I mean, we have a lot of fun at those places, and my kids love them. But my kids really love the mountains. And maybe most important, they understand the difference. There's a big difference between going inside and coming out smelling like chlorine and paddling a canoe on Lake Tahoe and looking down at its infinite depths. And that's really what we're faced with today, I think, writ large. You are asked to make a choice between two different visions of what is this place. What is Tahoe? Is it the wilderness? Is it being able to see the shooting stars at night? Or is it a place where we're maybe face to face with a high rise, and you can't tell me that if I'm standing in front of a building that's 60, 80, or 100 feet tall, that I'm going to be able to see the mountains on the other side. That just doesn't make any sense. Is it a place where we go indoors, or a place where we enjoy the great outdoors? Is Tahoe a place that's famous for its traffic or famous for its lake? Now, you might not give a darn about my great-grandparents. They're long gone. You might not even care about my kids. But I would ask you to care about this place and the sacred trust that's been put on you as Placer County decision makers to look out for future generations. So I ask you tonight to think of those timeless Tahoe values as you make your decision and to deny the project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I've got Mike Willett, Lisbeth Bichette, David Zender, Amy Lobel, and John Pang. And that,
None of them here? Oh, here comes one. He was out.
Well, you're down to the last one, I hope.
We're getting close.
Honorary Commissioners, my name is John Pang, and I was asked to provide another peer review of just one small part of this entire plan, and that's the Emergency Preparedness and Evacuation Plan from a local perspective. After initially cutting my teeth as a volunteer firefighter with the Squaw Valley Fire Department, I eventually went on to become a full-time fire chief at Meeks Bay Fire Protection District on the west shore of Lake Tahoe here. That was for over 19 years. After 33 years of firefighting, I was able to retire a few years ago, but I'm still passionate about public safety. This project was required to study and develop a comprehensive emergency preparedness and evacuation plan. This plan has been fully adopted through stipulated project requirements and will be incorporated through the building design, road width requirements, staff training, audible and visual communication devices, and signage. The first section of the plan reviews the existing conditions, and mainly the topography, vegetation, and climate. Realize that these three fire conditions have resulted in just a few small wildland fire incidents over the last 3 decades in Squaw Valley, and this is during an era where fires have been increasing dramatically in most other areas of the entire country of the world. Chief Manson said that he could never imagine a fire coming over the hill and into the valley without enough warning to adequately evacuate the residents. What you heard earlier from the former mayor of Piedmont was a fire that took place with different types of fuels, different types of climate. The climate in Squaw Valley is pretty unique, and the fuels there are very unique. So whether that will ever happen there or not, nobody will ever know that, but the likeliness is a lot different than what you saw in various other areas. The section also discusses fire history in other areas such as floods, earthquakes, avalanches, hazardous material emergencies. Yes, there are hazards everywhere, and there are emergencies that can take place everywhere. But if my memory serves me correctly, I think there was more property damage from the flood of 1997 than any other fire damage in the entire valley. In my opinion, this emergency plan is adequate. It not only addresses the threats, but also obligates the applicant to fund additional fire department staffing and facilities into the future. Squaw Valley recently earned a third-party rating of ISO, which is Insurance Services Organization, of 2. That puts them amongst the top 1.6% of all fire agencies throughout the country. Very enviable accolade. Congratulations, Pete. The aforementioned mitigation funding will help the fire department to maintain this rating, which in turn can help each property owner lower their insurance premiums and, more importantly, provide a better level of service. I'm going to get to some of the basics because I've got 20 seconds left. The plan promotes a Ready, Set, Go program that has been sanctioned by the International Fire Chiefs Association. It also provides alternatives to driving out of the valley by shelter-in-place programs, which once the garages are built at the far end of the valley over the parking lot will provide a very safe place for residents to go to. And in general, in the arena that can be fraught with adversity, it's nice to see the applicant and the public safety agencies address the issues of public safety up front. As with any plan, it will need to be monitored and reevaluated periodically to keep it current and viable. I've cut out the rest. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Commissioners. David Zender with Economic and Planning Systems, or EPS. Our report has been invoked a number of times today, so I thought I would go over a few of the highlights and recap the overall results for you briefly. Just by way of background, EPS has been working in the Tahoe area for about a decade or more with about a dozen studies.
Timer.
Thank you. And we also do a lot of work in Colorado, Utah, British Columbia, so we've done a lot of resort-related work and have some observations that we can share with you. We were retained by Squaw Valley Real Estate Holdings, and we produced the report, Village at Squaw Valley, Specific Plan CEQA Alternatives Economic Analysis. It's dated July 29th, 2016. Overall, the components of the report include a financial feasibility study, a fiscal analysis that looks at the impact on the county general fund and other funds, and an economic impact analysis that looks at the overall economic impact to a 3-county region, including Placer, Nevada, and Washoe counties. The overall results of the feasibility analysis begin with an evaluation of what a reasonable minimum return is. And in our evaluation, we determined that at a very minimum, you need to hit an internal rate of return between 12 to 15% to induce a developer to engage in a risky project and large project such as this. The overall result of our analysis indicated that the project could meet or exceed that range. And so we feel confident that the proposed project is viable. We also looked at the reduced density alternative, and in that case, the result came in at about 7.4%, which is well below that targeted range, and that is a minimum range. We went through a little bit of a series of sensitivity tests to see on the reduced density alternative if we could push the return up using any number of cost reductions or revenue augmentations. And so we went through a very concerted effort there, and the best we could do with the project was to get it up to about 10% internal rate of return, still falling well short of that 12 to 15% range. So in our conclusion, we determined that our recommendation from an economic standpoint would be to evaluate or to pursue the full project as a viable economic endeavor. On the fiscal side, we took a look at the impacts to the county general fund. And in that case, we determined there would be a $3.2 million annual benefit to the county. And this is above and beyond any of the other numbers that have been discussed tonight. So this is revenue from property tax, sales taxes, TOT, and other recurring revenues that come to the county. And it wasn't just the general fund, I should add. We also looked at public safety, county library, public roads, and parks and open space. So all of those funds, plus the general fund taken into account, we arrived at a $3.2 million annual surplus. That on an annual basis to the county. For the reduced density alternative, we're down to about half of that. Just briefly on the economic impact analysis, we looked at construction impacts, operational impacts, and tourist expenditure impacts accruing to the 3-county region that I mentioned earlier. In terms of impact from construction, which is the big item here, we estimated about a $1.62 billion annualized impact at build-out. And I should mention that all of these numbers between fiscal and economic impact are at project build-out. So we saw a $1.62 billion regional benefit from construction. And then from operations and total tourist expenditures, we're looking at another $100 million on an annual basis to this 3-county region. Those benefits are halved with the reduced density alternative.
Thank you.
So that concludes the highlights of our study. And overall, we feel that the project was peer-reviewed effectively. I'll be brief in concluding. We had a peer review conducted by Goodwin Associates. They concluded that we were consistent and appropriate in terms of our data, methodology, and results. And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else on the list? I guess that closes the public hearing. We have no. Wait a second. Did you sign in?
Yes,
No.
I think I missed my slot somewhere. I must be in the bathroom or something. So sorry.
You didn't sign in?
I will keep it to 3 minutes. I can count.
Okay. Last person.
Yeah, my name's Paul Vatistas. Live in Tahoe City. Also have been previously publicly elected official for the North Tahoe Truckee region. Care about the region as much as the individual components. First of all, hope you're all still hanging in there. It's been a long day, and I hope you're still with us. First of all, I want to thank Alex and his team. That's, I think, probably one of the best presentations I've ever seen from the county in 15 years. So I'd like to acknowledge that. I think, there's kind of, if I could break this down, there's really kind of two visions for Squaw Valley here. On the one hand, you've got Andy Worth, recently arrived with his very competent executive team, obviously liked by his employees, presenting a vision that's really built around real estate. And the investors from Denver, capital partners, they're all about making money. So their vision is definitely ROI, and I doubt that some of them have ever even been to Squaw Valley, if they're like most PE folks, certainly that I've met. So there's one vision there, and then you've got another vision that is driven by the citizens and the Placer County residents of Squaw Valley, and best exemplified by the Squaw Valley MAC vote, which advises you to deny this project as is. And I think that's the alternative vision, and they're really suggesting that it be half the size, if I understood that correctly. I haven't really heard anybody say no project. So I think there's the two visions. You're going to have to make your mind up on whether they work for you or whether they need to be tweaked. I wanted to make another comment about driving around Placer County. You guys coming up from Auburn, from Roseville, whatever. I've never seen a building that's more than 70 feet from the highway in all of Placer County, that whole 100-mile section. Went on Google last night. I believe there are 3 buildings in Roseville that are 73 feet, and they are the tallest buildings on the western side. And obviously here we have the resort, and we also have the pepper tree. So the people of Placer County pretty much one way or another decided that 70 feet is kind of a limit, and I think that's very pertinent to this project. So what I would say to you is I think traffic is also an issue. People have talked about that a lot. It's bad now. It will get worse with this. And so I'd recommend 4 things. I think there's 4 things that I'd want to recommend to you if I was sitting where you're sitting. One is today, you need to deny this project as is because we're not there yet. You know, it's close, but no cigar. Right? There are 2 visions, but they're still different and actually significantly different, but I think they can be bridged. How do you bridge them? Number 1, traffic. We need to figure out how we're going to reduce traffic from this project. People are going to go skiing at North Star, at Homewood. They're going to ride the Flume Trail. They're going to visit the lake. Of course, they're going to leave the place, and it's going to make the traffic that's already broken worse. Secondly, the whole building height. If Placer County in general thinks 70 feet is good enough, 70 feet needs to be good enough for Squaw Valley. And that needs to affect all, that should run through the entire thinking. And so I would ask the applicant to go back and actually give you one that's 70 feet. And in particular for the Mountain Access Center, it doesn't need to be 100 feet to have a swimming pool in it. Thank you very much.
And I'll close the public hearing. We left one of you had asked me. We'll bring the meeting back to order. We got almost all the way to the end orderly, and then all of a sudden, I really appreciate the rest of the people here today because I think everybody was pretty orderly considering everything. Yeah, clap, both sides should clap on that one. I believe the applicant, I don't know if the applicant wants to make a final, just one little comment.
We're here to answer questions. That is it. If you have questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
Okay.
It's your time now.
Okay, thank you. Is there any questions of the applicant? Okay. Go ahead, Larry. What's your question?
I don't care who comes forward. Anybody from Squaw Valley or representing the Squaw Valley, attorneys, anybody. I'd like to know, I have a feeling where we are now. Where did you start out? What was the first cut at this project? I'm trying to get at where we started and where we are today by comparison. Does that make any sense? I don't. You? Obviously you don't, or you wouldn't be sitting here.
So when we first came to the camp, oh, I'm sorry, Adrian Graham with Squaw Valley. Oh my gosh, you think I could find that slide?
Give us a number.
I have my notes, so I can just tell you that when we first started, our first proposal to the county included about 3,100 bedrooms. And we're at 1,493 today.
Yeah, you said earlier, you said 3,085 and it went to 1,482. 83, I believe is what you said.
1,493.
Oh, 1,493. I wrote it wrong then in my notes here.
Yeah, so I think we started at around 3,100. We then went to around 2,800, and now we're at 1,493.
Thank you. I have one other question, if I could. I'd like to talk a little bit about the concern that I've heard about the propane system and the fuel system and so forth. I hate to bring it up, but it seems to be of concern. Are there any options that we can talk about in dealing with that?
Are you addressing the applicant or staff?
Well, either one. I guess staff. Just start with staff. I'm sure they can help me.
Sure. So
there we go. Turn the mic on, Alex. There we go. Alex Fish, Planning Services Division. Two things were said during public comment that were not entirely accurate, and I want to make sure that those are corrected. One was pertaining to seismic zones, and there was a statement that the project proposes to revise a seismic zone. The county doesn't have the authority over seismic zone ratings. That's a state issue, and it's not part of the project request. The other part was that the potential avalanche hazard area has been revised for the portion of Lot 19 where the propane tanks would be placed, and that also is not true. The study that Mr. Haywood did in support of the EIR analysis essentially determined, and he was actually involved in the 1982 study that was initially prepared for the general plan that was done by Norm Wilson. But it essentially determined that the avalanche area over in that part of the resort is, because it's not actively managed and it hasn't substantially changed as far as like slope revegetation, things, that's substantially the same. That said, the propane tanks, they would be placed in underground containment vaults. Those are below ground facilities primarily. They do have above ground risers, vaporizers, and alarms, other equipment that go with those. I'm not an expert on propane systems. Is Ken Giberson? Perfect. Ken, however, Ken is the engineer that prepared some of the engineering analysis for that, and Ken may be able to answer some of the issues better.
Thank you, Alex. Ken Giberson with McKay and Somp Civil Engineers. We've been the site civil engineer for the development since 2011. The effort that we went through to look at siting of propane tanks was quite extensive. There currently are 2 tanks that are on the site. They're both very old and somewhat don't meet current standards. We looked at a number of locations for propane tanks, identified this particular location as an ideal location for propane tanks. They are underground. They do have, as Alex explains, some mixing facilities, air gas mixing that are above ground. Those facilities come with shut-off valves so that if those are broken, they automatically shut down. But those facilities are below grade. The propane is submerged in large tanks, and so it shouldn't be an issue from an avalanche point of view from that perspective.
Larry, does that answer the question that you had or concern that was expressed? Yeah, okay.
I might have a couple if he's through.
Okay, go ahead, and then Richard wants to ask one. Go ahead, Larry.
Hang on. We've heard several comments about persons concerned about the limitation on the size of employee housing. Is that employee housing issue still in flex a little bit, or can it be adjusted? I'm just concerned that maybe we're not addressing it as well as we should have, and I just feel like I should ask. Alex?
I'll ask again, is that a question to county staff or to the applicant?
Well, if you have the answer, that's great.
Well, my answer will be based upon what the board's established policy is for the Eastern Sierra Nevada, because that's the guidelines that we have to evaluate projects under. And that guideline says, or that policy rather, says that in the eastern part of the Sierra, projects are required to provide 50% employee housing for 50% of the full-time equivalent employees. So it's not the total number, it's the full-time equivalent. So if you have fractional employees, they only count as their fractional amount. 50% of the full-time equivalent employees in one of the following ways: construction of employee housing, dedication of land needed for employee housing, dedication of fees needed for employee housing, or rehabilitation of existing units and deed restriction and dedication of those units. And so this project, it has achieved that plan, and to a large degree, I know that there is a tremendous amount of concern and relevant issue about shortages of workforce housing in the region, and that it is a constraint. This project has made some very substantive commitments. I know they're not housing units that necessarily fit all of the workforce. They're tailored more specifically to a specific portion of the workforce. But those housing units are real. They would be providing housing. So if you take the equation of 50% of 574, 287 is the obligation. I have heard numbers here today, and I've read them in the past, that there's only 40 existing units. The developer has told us 99. That puts them on the hook, frankly, for more housing units than maybe they're obligated to, if in fact there are only 40, but 99 is the number I'm working with. And so on the east parcel, they would build up to 300 units, a minimum of two, or not units per se, but housing for up to 300 employees, minimum of 250 employees, and they would be meeting 50% of the 50%, so to speak, with that. They also have to, there are other requirements for them to complete the remainder of that housing obligation through one of the other mechanisms. It's either construction of additional employee housing somewhere else, dedication of fees, dedication of land, all of those things together. That part of it, you know, it's a long ways down the road, potentially, because what we get to, if the project were approved, the project is required with each and every phase of development to develop employee housing on the east parcel until it's at a minimum of enough housing for a minimum of 250 employees. After that point, that's a long period down the road. We get another opportunity to reassess and evaluate what the present need is at that time. That's a substantial ways into the project.
Larry, do you mind trying to add?
So the applicant has some comment.
Well, why don't you finish asking questions? Go ahead and ask your question.
Okay. Let me see. Back to lot 19. We heard comments about the maintenance yard aspect of that and the proximity to the creek and, maintenance of equipment and that kind of stuff that potentially could flow into the creek. And so, I don't know, it seems like we need to put that, that issue to rest if we can.
I think staff's going to answer that.
Thank you. Sarah Gilmore with Engineering and Surveying Division. And I think your question is how is maybe water quality protected with Lot 19?
With Lot 19 and the maintenance facilities that are going to be constructed there or operated there.
Within the EIR, we have all of your standard language that, lines out everything that the county and the state requires of us for all the BMPs and the water quality. So I won't get into the details of that because this is a specific plan and it's only programmatic level. So we haven't identified individual treatments. However, in the specific plan and in the master drainage plan and all those other master plans, we do have kind of conceptual items such as sedimentation traps, storm filters, hydrodynamic separators. All of those are proposed between that facility and the creek. So they do propose, just in the most programmatic level to provide that. And it would be, as we go through our subsequent conformity review and then further on down the line to the small lot maps and all of those, it'll be refined as we go.
Okay.
But it is contained in the more general sense in all of the master plans, specific plan and the EIR.
Okay. And this would also apply to the constructed parking lots that apparently currently now, those just drain right into the creek, where when they're constructed, they would have to comply with.
Absolutely, and not just the standards now, but whatever standards apply as we go along down the line for the next 25 years.
Okay. Let me see. next one, I guess I'm still a little bit confused on building heights. And so in the core area, when I read the specific plan, it's talking about some structures that are 96 feet tall. But somewhere in the documentation, I got the impression that there were some changes made. And so I'm wondering how many of the structures in the core area are going to be 96 feet tall.
Gotta remember to turn this mic on. Let's go to the page. So page B19 includes a diagram showing all of the specific plan area, and it has those color-coded polygons that I spoke to during my PowerPoint presentation. And so if we look on that, you have a total of, let's see here, make sure I've got my updated version. We've got a total of 6 buildings. Those would be buildings 1A, 1B, 3, 4, 8, and 9 that would have either, in the instance of building 9, potentially all of the building, except that the shoulders and the sides would have to step down. Wherever they achieve 50 feet or taller in height, there would have to be a step back in the building where it has to go back a minimum of 15 feet before it can continue up in order to provide, a sky plane, so that you can continue to have reasonably unobstructed views. That applies to all the buildings. So building 9, portion of building 8, that's the Mountain Adventure Camp, a portion of buildings 3, 4, 1A, and 1B. So on the PowerPoint here, I apologize right now, this isn't bigger, but what we're talking about is this vicinity of the plan area. Just right here.
Okay, so I guess the compromise I was hearing about is in the neighborhood area where their limit is 84 feet.
The Village Commercial Neighborhood, let's see, the tallest building there is 84 feet, and that's buildings 13 and 15, a portion of those buildings.
Okay.
And rather, lot 13 is probably a 2 to 3 buildings. So.
Okay. I was confused just because I guess I was interpreting that maybe there was a compromise made that was, but that clarifies it that the specific plan is accurate. Okay, so I appreciate that.
Yes.
Let me see. The Mountain Adventure has been called a water park. Maybe this is the applicant. Is that what it is? Is it a water park?
Hi, Travis Hosey with the applicant. There will be probably be some wet components of the water park of the Mountain Adventure Camp. There will be there will be, and yes, we did hire a water park consultant to advise us on this building. That is the closest thing that we can find in existence to what we want to build in terms of the Mountain Adventure Camp. So when folks asked us, when you've seen the specific plan, we've got quite a smorgasbord of activities that we would propose to be in the Mountain Adventure Camp, and it includes everything from it includes water slides, it includes action rivers, it includes training facilities for our athletes. It also includes bowling. It also includes multi-generational arcades and things that you would want to do, après-ski, and things that would be comprehensive enough to where you might make a off-season vacation destination decision to come to Squaw Valley. So it includes a lot of those things. And when we haven't programmed it specifically as to what that would do, and when that happens, it would be based on research to our customer base. So we have about 200,000 patrons that we'll ask, what would you like to do après-ski, and what would attract you to Squaw Valley and in summertime to come stay with us? And that will kind of form the basis for those things. But we're not apologetic that it would have some water components. That kids love water, right? Mm-hmm. And we're looking for, this is for our group with our patrons with kids, and they're looking for something to do. They love water, they love slides, they love those things. We'll have some of those things in there. We also probably have indoor skydiving, which is another sister company that we has those facilities as well. So a lot of fun things there. So.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
Oh yeah. Well, maybe a couple more. Is there any portion of, I guess, in Placer County, is there a limit on the height of buildings at 70 feet?
So Squaw Valley is somewhat unique in that the Squaw Valley General Plan is also a code document, and its full title is the Squaw Valley General Plan and Land Use Ordinance. And predominantly, all of the land use designations within the valley include prescribed height limits. I think it's somewhat anomalous in the village commercial land use designation. It's the only zoning area in the county that I'm aware of where it does not have a height limit. It actually says the height limit will be established through the design review process. And that's, there are other policies in the plan about how buildings integrate with one another, how they relate to one another, that they don't substantially block views or cast large shadows on other properties. Those are all things that are part of the consideration, and that is frankly what makes it challenging.
Okay.
This specific plan, distinct from that, has actually proposed height limits for all of the properties and has gone so far as to actually master plan where each of the building locations would be and what the maximum height of each building wing would be. And then in addition to those heights at those wings, any area where, as I said earlier, if it's over 50 feet, and this is something that came out of the design review committee, they'll have step backs. So the building will have to step back before it achieves any further height.
Okay. Okay, yeah, thank you for that. Let me see. One of the things that, and we did hear some testimony, I guess one of the things that is unique about Lake Tahoe is it's a magnet. And another thing that's unique about the population of the state of California is it's not going down. And so, one of the questions that comes up is even without this development, there's likely to be increases in traffic up here. And so that's just kind of maybe an observation. But I guess the one area where I have a question is, and there was some testimony from a person in the public that indicated that it's a destination overnight area, and in their case, they don't come up here during the peak times. They come up here when they don't have the traffic issues, and they spend the week and then go home when they are past the traffic issues. And the analysis that we were talking about tends to indicate, pretty significant increases in traffic associated with this proposal. So there seems to be kind of some that doesn't really fit together when you look at a destination resort versus, what you have the normal weekend ski traffic come up to here. And I know on weekends, I've driven through the area, and sometimes down in Big Bend you start running into heavy traffic on Interstate 80. So at any rate, I'm just kind of puzzled a little bit by the, dichotomy, or the difference in destination resort versus the day use type resort.
Well, we do have the benefit of having the county's environmental consultant here, including the traffic engineer, our contract traffic engineer, John Gard. And if you have some specific questions that you'd like to ask of Mr. Gard or the
well, I guess what I'm kind of questioning is, the destination overnight stay type scenario. How did that fit into the traffic study that we're evaluating?
Yes, again, my name is John Gard, and I'm with Fair & Peers Transportation Consultants. And as I believe I understand your question, it pertains to, for the winter analysis scenarios we looked at, the question is, well, what percentage of folks were arriving during Saturday morning or Thursday or Friday afternoon or things like that. So for that data, what we did is we actually looked at hotel turnover occupancy rates at the Squaw Valley Village Hotel itself to actually understand their turnover rates. And so again, to the point that's been made previously, we were purposely kind of conservative on a lot of different assumptions to make sure we didn't understate impacts. So in reality, yes, a lot of people do arrive. They try to avoid the peak hours, things like that. But to be conservative, we assumed a little bit greater percentage. I'd have to look through the document to give you the exact number, but a greater percentage of arrivals during the Saturday morning AM peak hour than what occurs. Because one of the other things we did is we interviewed people who were checking in on Saturday to say, did you arrive at Saturday morning to start a ski day? Did you arrive at noon? Did you arrive at 3 in the afternoon? And so we erred on the side of being conservative. But in reality, yes, people may decide to avoid that peak or arrive a day or two early, if that answers your question.
Okay. Yeah, it's I think it does. You know, it really doesn't. The detail in the traffic analysis, it sounds like really probably doesn't address the issue in total. But I guess that's part of our consideration. So it answers my question.
Okay. Any more questions, Richard?
Let me see. There was another comment from a neighbor down on the east parcel that was concerned, probably not so much with the employee housing, but with the noise associated with deliveries. And so I guess I'd ask staff to maybe kind of reflect on staff's analysis of that noise issue.
Okay. So just to orient everybody one more time, so this is the east parcel, and sorry for the folks in the audience. I'll point it out for you all first. Employee housing, retail market, more employee housing, shipping and receiving. Same for the commissioners. This is shipping and receiving, employee housing, retail market, more employee housing. And the person in question lives over here on the opposite side of the shipping and receiving facility. That facility is located by negotiated agreement with the developer and ultimately is included in the specific plan development standards minimum 100 feet from the property boundary. The facility would be approximately 30 feet tall. The entire back wall of it would be a dead wall, so it has no openings, no windows, no doors, no anything. And that is by design to be effectively a sound barrier to the operational area out here. One of the other things that occurred is, there were many iterations of the east parcel design, some of which had employee housing in different locations, and due to feedback that we got at the MAC and primarily at the DRC, the applicant team went back to the drawing board and reevaluated how these facilities could be reorganized. And one of the main changes was there was no employee housing back here. It was eliminated. There's an 8-foot privacy wall back here. The parking structures would include minimum 42-inch tall solid walls to prevent headlight spill. There will be landscaping back here all along this. And then other things, importantly, is that the circulation, on-site circulation for the delivery vehicles was altered so that they would not have to back up. And so they would enter the site here, they come around, they would come through here, and a basically movable loading dock would come out to that vehicle where the materials, the supplies would be unloaded and transported back and forth, whether that's being unloaded or loaded. Again, when we get to specific development plans and we actually have a site-specific noise analysis that looks specifically at the facilities that are being constructed at the time, other things that will come into play is, should those vehicles be electric vehicles? They emit less noise. My point being, there are a number of things that through a site-specific noise analysis as plan implementation occurs, will further define and refine how these things are implemented so that they achieve the mitigation standard to comply with the county noise ordinance, which has a average hourly sound level limitation, 55 decibels during the day, 45 decibels at night. And that may include restrictions on hours that those shipping and receiving facilities operate. That would be one of the most logical ways to address a noise issue, is how that facility is operated, but also includes the physical improvements and how they're operated and what kind of other accessory improvements work with those.
You're still breaking the noise ordinance. Even with those mitigation measures, you admitted in your own report.
Well,
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it.
Mickey, you have any questions?
Yeah, maybe for this
Your mic, I think, is off. Is it off or not?
I can talk loud. Yeah. On the EIR, as I understand it, several of the questions have come up that it's an all or nothing kind of a proposition. And I'm just wondering, did the EIR ever take into account perhaps let's say 50% is one side, 100% is the other? Did they ever take a 75%? Or was that eliminated immediately? Or
So Sean went through the alternatives that we selected for further analysis, and as you indicate, Commissioner Gray, there were two variations of a 50% alternative. One that is closer to what you describe is the wetlands, the historic resources and wetlands preservation alternative. That would have retained the Olympic Valley Lodge as well as the Far East Center buildings, and not done as extensive of restoration of the Olympic Channel, which is the side channel that feeds into Squaw Creek. And in making those adjustments, off the top of my head, there's approximately, I believe, Travis, do you recall the number, about 220 bedrooms of development, or was it? Thank you. Whoever found that. So
because that was the 50%, one of the 50%.
No, that would be approximately, as you suggested, about 3/4 or a little bit more, probably about 80%.
No, 1,400 rooms, 75% of 1,400 rooms. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and that's ultimately by virtue
75% of 1,400 is how much?
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Give me a second here.
Because I'm asking you, Alex.
Hey, I've got an answer too. 1,119.75.
Okay,
let's call it 1,100.
Right. So no alternative was in the 1,200 or 1,100.
It was actually, and that was the one that I just described.
Included in the EIR.
It was more like, did I hear 1,248? 1247. So
that was
about 80%.
EIR. That was in the EIR.
That was in the EIR. That's in Chapter 17.
Okay. That's what I wanted to know, that was eliminated.
It was.
I only saw the the 50% or the 100%. I didn't notice the 1,200 room as being.
It is in there.
Okay. And if we were to suggest that it be revisited, would that be within our purveyance? Council? Yes?
Yes, I mean, when you get to your first recommendation is about the EIR. If you want to consider one of the alternatives, we will craft the motion accordingly.
Okay. Is that it? Any questions on the business? Any more questions? No, just a question. Do you have a question or a comment?
I have a question.
Question.
Alex, we're part of the package is they're forming a group that's going to manage the funds that are going to be collected on the real estate sales fee or whatever it's called, on the unit sales as they're sold.
The transfer fee.
Transfer fee. It wouldn't hurt my feelings at all if that money was allowed to be used, for example, for the waterborne transit on Lake Tahoe. Is that going to be feasible or infeasible?
No, if you mean it would be money that would come to the county, under the state law, that's not possible. That's why this is actually proposed as a private transfer fee.
Okay. But they wouldn't be eligible to apply to this committee for any of that funding.
Well, if you're asking whether behind the scenes, in order to meet their obligations under a development agreement to pay the county, whether they could apply those, I suppose so. I think what I'm telling you is that we couldn't have, in fact, we rejected a direct link of transfer fee as a method of paying for the obligations in both the D8 and all the various fee programs.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Wayne has I think we're done with questions.
I don't have a question. I just have a quick comment. I've waded through all of this stuff for the last 3 weeks. I just feel like I've gotten overloaded with reading all of the EIR and all of the comment letters, and I've never been so overwhelmed by all the information that's been sort of dumped on us over the last few weeks. And I'm sure I speak for all the commission members that we have tried to wade through this as best we can to try to make the best sound decision that we can. This is not an easy one. I mean, I think we can see the issues on both sides of this. This is, and I have to say that I myself feel very conflicted because I understand where Squaw Valley is coming from. I mean, they're in a very changing industry, and they need to evolve to be relevant in a very highly competitive outdoor entertainment industry. But we have a real challenge that already exists, not something that Squaw Valley is creating, but what already exists, to me, public safety is a big issue to me. I mean, you've heard this from me previously. And a key component to public safety is access or traffic abilities. And this area, 89, has got tremendous challenges to it. And what I did hear from this, and I don't think Squaw is necessarily the one that's perpetrating this on the community so much as that it's already here. And that I heard too much significant and unavoidable as it relates to the traffic issues. And I heard somebody say that the community really needs to step up and find solutions to this and not necessarily look at it as just widening the road. There's got to be other creative ways of addressing this issue, and I think Squaw is trying to do some of those things, but my concern is that we need to see them happening now because the issues are there. And we heard from a couple of doctors earlier, and I think of the Hippocratic Oath, and it says to first do no harm. I'm afraid we're doing some harm. We're already doing harm, and are we going to add to that? So that's why I say I'm really conflicted on this because I understand your side, but I understand the community's concern too. So it's a weighty issue. So, sorry, that's my soapbox. Thank you.
I echo what Wayne just said, and I've already mentioned I live in Roseville, appointed by District 1 Supervisor Jack Duran. But I have tried to plow through the material actually not just the last 3 weeks. We've had the draft DIR, 3 or 4 months ago, and all the comments. But I did make an effort to get out to Squaw Valley a couple of times. And the most recent time, about 3 weeks ago, I came up and I met with Andy Worth for about 2.5 hours and learned a lot more than I brought my wife, who's on the city council, so is my assistant. So we made kind of a day out of it, but that was another eye-opener as far as more information. And then just yesterday, it was the last opportunity I had. I met with Isaac Silverton, Equal Time. He found out he lived in Grass Valley, Nevada City, and I'm in Roseville, so we met in Auburn at the Auburn office. So that was an opportunity to plow through these issues in a quieter setting. So I have tried, and I understand both sides of the story. Just a couple of things, though. I think this is a couple of comments I heard. Squaw Valley, when I first went up there probably a year ago and saw the asphalt, it was something frozen in time. I'm not a skier. I don't come up when it snows. I can admit that. I've camped when our kids were smaller around Lake Tahoe at the state park, so I do appreciate the beauty of Lake Tahoe, not so much because I haven't spent much time in Squaw Valley, but when I do go there, I understand the beauty. I have been up with the gondola one time during the summer. So this frozen in time comment that other people have made kind of stuck with me because it is kind of just frozen there. And what are we going to do about it? So when I saw this project starting to go through the system, I looked upon it as a redevelopment project somewhat, rather than, you know, like, okay, we referred to the Martis Valley project as something cutting up some new trees and plowing in new roads. This has already been done. Now, what's the best way to redevelop it? And I think that's what we're trying to look at. But the traffic is one of the major concerns. But like Wayne says, who caused it? Who's going to fix it? That's the issue that we're facing. Any additional comments from commission members or?
Well, I don't know, for me anyway, I see a couple of things that need to be, considered at least. One, obviously, is the MAC recommendation. They've been looking at this as probably longer than we have. Also, looking at the MAC recommendation to, it's one of the things that we're.
It's not on, maybe.
It's on.
Maybe it went dead.
I could yell. Okay, is that better? Is that you hear me? Yeah. Yes, no. Anyway, so I'll talk loud if I can.
Use this one here.
It's on, that's on.
Well, just for the rest of just where I'm coming from is that obviously we have to look at the MAC recommendation. I think also the letter from the Attorney General also brings into question some of the EIR, and I think probably we need to discuss the EIR acceptance before we go into the specific plan for, height limits and whether the propane vault is going to affect water discharge or any of that kind of thing. So I would think we should discuss the EIR amongst ourselves first.
Well, I'd like to make a comment on that EIR. It was mentioned, that we just received that letter from the Attorney General a couple of days ago, but I plowed through it, read it, don't understand it all, but I did read it all, and I think the other commission members have read it too. So we're familiar with that letter, but I think I'd like to ask maybe staff, because the letter points out something different than what we've heard before.
Or we heard, yeah.
No.
No, we're not.
No, we consulted with with Ascent a little while ago. We had a chance to review it. The comments raised in there are comments that have been raised in other letters. We didn't see anything that concerned us that would fail to allow us to go forward today with your recommendations.
Okay, just wanted to hear that comment. If you want to try one. Let's go.
Mr. Chairman, if you're up for a motion.
Get it there.
I would make a motion that we certify the village at Squaw Valley specific plan, final environmental impact report, and errata prepared pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, and adopt the mitigated monitoring reporting program supported by, incorporating by reference in its entirety, the findings of fact and statement of overriding considerations, attachment 8, and the following statements.
I second it.
And you can simply refer to the statements in your staff report.
Refer to the statement as included in the staff report.
I'll second it. You did. Okay. I'm sorry.
Is there a second?
Yeah.
There's motion and second that the EIR be approved with the recommendation in the staff report. A roll call.
Mr. Acree is absent. Mr. Sevison?
Yes.
Mr. Gray?
No.
Mr. Moss?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Nader?
No.
Mr. Riccucci?
Yes. Motion carried. 4-2. Okay, let's go into the specifics now.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I got another motion if you're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready, I guess.
I would make a motion that we adopt a resolution to approve the Village at Squaw Valley specific plan and the errata supported by the following findings as included in the staff reports, items A and B.
And just for the record to clarify, these are all recommendations to the board.
Correct.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Roll call.
I'm sorry, who seconded it?
Mr. Severson.
Larry.
Hakuri is absent. Mr. Sevison? Mr. Gray?
No.
Mr. Moss?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Nader?
No.
Mr. Riccucci?
Yes. Motion carried. Go ahead.
Another one here, if you would, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion that we, recommend to the Board of Supervisors to adopt an ordinance to approve the Village at Squaw Valley specific plan development standards and design guidelines and the errata incorporating the findings set forth in Section 2.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Been moved in second. Roll call.
Mr. Hakuri is absent. Sorry, finding me way. Mr. Sevison?
Yes.
Mr. Gray?
No.
Mr. Moss?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Nader?
No.
Mr. Riccucci?
Yes.
So if we're on a roll here, Mr. Chairman, if you're open, I will make another motion that we recommend to the Board of Supervisors that they adopt a resolution to amend the Squaw Valley General Plan and Land Use Ordinance as follows and supported by the findings set forth in subsection C. Read these?
Yes, if you could read A and B,
Okay.
please.
A would be to amend the land use diagram to incorporate the VSP land use designation, and B, amend the Squaw Valley General Plan to add the following goal and policies. as
You can simply,
as contained in the report.
Read the number, simply read the numbers into the record.
The goal is, VIE 7.
And that would also be policies.
Oh, then policies VIE 7.1 and 7.2. And I guess also item C here?
And that would be based on the findings set forth in the staff report?
Correct.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call.
Mr. Curry's absent. Mr. Sevison?
Yes.
Mr. Gray?
No.
Mr. Moss?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Nader?
No.
Mr. Riccucci?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, if you allow me, I make a motion that we recommend to the Board of Supervisors that they adopt an ordinance to rezone the Squaw Valley specific plan area from high-density residential 10 bedrooms per acre, high-density residential 20 bedrooms per acre, and high-density residential 25 bedrooms per acre. Village commercial, entrance commercial, heavy commercial, forest recreation, conservation preserve, to SPL-VS-VSP, the specific plan village at Squaw Valley.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call.
Mr. Curry's absent. Mr. Sevison? Mr. Gray?
No.
Mr. Moss?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Nader?
No.
Mr. Riccucci?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we recommend to the Board of Supervisors that they approve the VS-VSP large lot vesting tentative subdivision map supported by the following findings as included in the report.
Is there a second? Second. Moved and seconded. Roll call.
Mr. Curry's absent. Mr. Sevison? Mr. Sevison?
Oh, I said yes, I'm sorry.
Mr. Gray?
No.
Mr. Moss?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Nader?
No.
Mr. Riccucci?
Yes.
And to the planning commissioners, you have on your desk an errata sheet. If you could now refer to that for the following two motions. There is the last one that has been added by the errata sheet involves the water supply, but it might be easier for you to follow on this page at this point.
Okay, and this is in relation to item 7.
Yes, number 7 will be your next one.
Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, I would recommend that we make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors to adopt an ordinance approving the development agreement by and between the County of Placer and Squaw Valley Real Estate LLC, Squaw Valley Resort LLC, and Polson Commercial Properties LP relative to the Village at Squaw Valley specific plan, supported by the following findings as contained in the errata sheet.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and second, roll call?
Mr. Curry is absent. Mr. Sevison?
Yes.
Mr. Moss?
Yes.
Yeah, you already know.
Mr. Gray?
No.
Sorry. Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Oh, I am out of order.
Mr. Nader?
No.
Mr. Nader, no. Mr. Riccucci?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Finally, Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that we recommend to the Board of Supervisors to adopt a resolution to approve the water supply assessment in accordance with the following findings as contained in the errata sheet.
Where are we at?
Second.
Moved and seconded, roll call?
Mr. Curry is absent. Mr. Sevison?
Yes.
Mr. Gray?
No.
Mr. Moss?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Nader?
No.
Mr. Riccucci?
Yes. Motion carried.
Mr. Chair, could you mention for the record that this is going up to the board with recommendations, therefore there are no appeal rights?
There's no appeal right, but it'll be there automatically, and then from about 2 to 3 months is normal time frame. Thank you all for attending. Meeting is adjourned.